And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Spring Texas Pala Pickleball and the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. John Laser, Tim Cass, beyond excited to be with you this morning as we present the fourth stop on what is a five-stop DUPR Collegiate Tour on the road to Nationals and the UPA World Championships coming up in just a few weeks. Tim, we've already anointed 3 champions. We started in Port St. Lucie, Florida, Florida Atlantic University, the Owls, champions of the Florida Super Regional. Virginia Beach, we made a stop there at Pickleball Virginia Beach. The University of Virginia defended the Commonwealth. Last week we were out in the desert, Henderson, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas. It was Utah Tech strutting their stuff, and today we've got an outstanding 8-team quarterfinal bracket, and we will name a 4th champion on that journey. We'll start with the 4-5 quarterfinal between the University of Houston and UTSA, the University of Texas San Antonio. First and foremost, though, fantastic facility. Nice to be back inside at this 2-year-old facility. We actually got some games in this morning, interacted with some of the players that will play here today. Going to be a great championship Sunday.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Definitely this facility is something different. Being inside definitely changed the game. Shout out to Pala Pickleball. Great facility and some great games going today. So we're looking forward to this matchup between Houston and UTSA.
Taking a look at the pre-match pleasantries taking place between Houston, who of course just 24 miles away. We're out in Spring, Texas, which is coincidentally about 24 miles outside of Houston. And on the other side, the UTSA Roadrunners from Texas San Antonio, they made about a 3-hour and 15-minute drive to get here. Take a look at that UTSA one roster, and they had at least 4 teams in this competition here this week, 2 in the Open Division, 2 in the Challenger Division. But you take a look at that top team, which has advanced into this quarterfinal bracket. Aisu Kanach Shui Sane will get us started in women's doubles. Then Colby Lewis and Julian Herrera will compete in men's doubles. We'll start, of course, with women's doubles, and we are underway off the serve of Houston's Swain. And DUPR in our metrics likes UTSA in this matchup 80% to 20%. And an overswing early from Natalie Ka will open the scoring for UTSA. It is the Roadrunners out to the quick 1-0 lead. Get you racked for our day of live casting today. Quarterfinal, 1 of 4. Then we will present the semifinals back-to-back. Semifinal 1, semifinal 2, and the finals. We'll be with you all afternoon long. And on no, she had one that was a little too tasty there, Tim.
Yeah, just got a little too low there. Sometimes those drops are a little high. Sometimes they're just barely low enough to put a paddle on it.
No told me earlier this morning, I just play pickleball for fun. I'm only competing because they needed me. I think she was being a little humble there. I talked to some of the other teammates, and they said, no, she's much more than that.
Perhaps a little nervous as well. I think a lot of these players, perhaps their first time playing in front of a live stream. With all this attention, it's a different feel with all this pressure, so let's see how they respond today.
Great take by Natalie Ka. And the opening 2 points from UTSA answered by 2 from the Cougars. Oh, that was a beautiful backhand drive drop there from Ka.
Yeah, she got the feet set, got the paddle squared away. Nice roll. Driving that for a great drop right at the feet.
So a little 3-point mini roll for the Cougars. I don't think that was an intentional take there from No and Ka.
I believe On No would have liked to take that forehand. I think there's a little hesitation, something to keep an eye on for this team.
That was, again, nice lob, but miscommunication in the middle from Shui Sane and her partner Aisu Kanat. And Swain and Kanat conversing there. You see on our baseline camera about whose ball that is. The correct answer is that was Kanat's ball. It's Kanat in the tank top and Swain in the sleeved gray shirt. And there was that forehand that No was looking for.
She's got a good forehand. Now she's getting comfortable, getting settled in, trusting that forehand, letting it rip. That's the key to having success in matches like this. Trusting your ability to swing hard and have fun. Let it loose. No hesitations.
6 points thus far on this side out. Don't think either player saw whether that was in or out. And because of that, they call it in. See if we can't take another look at that quickly after this next point. That serve is out. Let's go back. Again, an overswing there.
A little sloppy play here right now. Just trying to get these returns and serves in play. Team with the most discipline to land these shots in and not give away 3 points. Maybe the key to success here.
9-3 is our score. Make it 9-4. And UTSA scored the first 2 points of this opening women's doubles match. This is one of our 4 quarterfinals. Take a look at the bracket that we have today. Baylor on Baylor in our 1-8 matchup. Baylor 1 taking on Baylor 2. Of course,
That's always
Baylor 1.
Unfortunate to get that inter-school matchup in the quarterfinal.
Those are the seedings coming out of yesterday's pool play. Tough roll off the tape, courtesy of Shui Sane.
In addition to that Baylor matchup, we've got Drury playing UTSA 2 as well in the quarters, and also A&M against Houston's second team.
And Texas A&M, Tim's favorite school, against Houston 2. Winner of this match between UTSA and Houston 1 will take on the winner of that Baylor 1-2 match. I think you're seeing, Tim, the players are settling, the nerves a little settling into their play style. We're seeing more crisp shots as this opening game has extended.
Yeah, I'm seeing the feet move a little bit more, a little less hesitation as far as movement on the court. Still some little slow on some communication calls over the middle of the court, and specifically on some high lobbing shots, but let's see how these players adjust and move forward.
7-10 off the serve of Aisu Kanat.
Another deep return here.
8-10 now off the serve of Shui Sane. Usual rules apply. Rally scoring to 21, score freeze in place. Once the leading team gets to 20. Oh, great adjustment. And the put away as a result.
That's great reaction time. Well, the ball ricochets off the top of the net and sprays you up high in the shoulder. That's always a difficult adjustment. Great job by now to keep that point alive and eventually finish the point for Houston.
We'll change ends and we'll take a quick timeout. Houston with the early edge in women's doubles, 11-8 from the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Back inside, Pala Pickleball, as we thank all of the supporters of Collegiate Pickleball, DUPR Collegiate Pickleball, and this Super Regional. YOLO Pickleball powering DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. Of course, No Apologies Nutrition, the official hydration sponsor. And we are playing the Gamma Chuck Ball, the official tournament ball of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. 12-9 our score favoring Houston. Again, it was UTSA, 80% predicted win percentage coming in. So Houston playing well. No, Tim would have liked to get more depth on that previous overhead.
Yeah, the one prior to that, she was able to paint the baseline with. However, that last one just hitting the, I believe the edge of her paddle and just hits the top of the net.
And a couple shots prior to the conclusion of that point, Swain hit a good drop and didn't follow it. because of that, the Roadrunners got pinned on the baseline.
Yeah, that you just don't add pressure to your opponent if you stay back like that. If you give them that much space and time in front of you, you're really not adding much pressure to your opponent. They're really just an easy pickleball from there. It's best to follow up those shots and add pressure to the opponent and really force the issue.
So Ka tried to go for the impossible angle, and it was indeed impossible. So 11-13. Roadrunners again, pinned to that baseline.
That was the one to go up on too. Wow. Absolutely nasty backspin on that shot there from the baseline.
Well,
curls it right over.
Occasionally in gambling, you'll get a river miracle, and that's what that was.
Yep. Not a winning strategy, but a great shot there.
Same thing. You can see that Aisu Kanat knows that she needs to go, but isn't going on that slice.
Yeah, they're happy to stay in that lob and overhead exchange. But with the power coming from Houston's side here, I'm just not sure if it's going to do enough to give them enough points to win this match.
And I tell you, it would be a really difficult road for UTSA playing that strategy in traditional scoring, Tim, but having the ability to score points on the opponent's serve, keeping them in this game.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Not in that point, as No unloads.
Yeah, beginning of this match, I think she was hesitating with that forehand a little bit. I think she's starting to get settled in, getting comfortable, letting that forehand go. And she's adding a lot of power and a lot of pressure to this UTSA team.
16-12. (13-16) in the serve, back to UTSA. And there's an overswing from Houston's No. Got away with a high drop there, 15-16. That time she goes and it pays off.
Yeah, she's only done that a couple of times. The first time she just barely missed the tape. At that time she was going to advance, add pressure, and gets the offensive point. Good advancement there.
And she's got that nice backhand slice, Tim, that she can go on because it's not going to be an attacking shot coming back at her.
The thing with that backspin as well, it's when you block a volley with that backspin, it's really easy to pop up that next ball, and that's really what she's looking for to set up that transitional point. That's just great transition offense from her.
A timeout taken by Houston. We'll keep it here, though, inside Palo Pickleball. Again, open for a couple of years here. Great community. We've had the privilege of interacting and playing with a bit this morning. And you look at the team huddles on the top of the screen, just underneath the logo there. That is the Houston Cougars' Carlos Bonilla, who's actually an instructor here at Palo Pickleball. He'll be in competition in the men's doubles match that will follow this opening game. Then at the bottom of your screen there, you also saw Julian Herrera and Colby Lewis conferring with their women's teammates. 16 all off the timeout. Yeah, no, same thing. Didn't get the result she wanted, did Kanat, but that was the right play. She got the high ball and just got a little quick with the feet.
I think that ball is coming up a little higher than she was expecting. I think she was expecting something a little further off the hip, off the sides, something she could rotate on. That one caught her a little awkward angle there.
Here's some roars from throughout the facility. The other three quarterfinals going on at the moment.
Yeah, great atmosphere here today. Especially, we love this this collegiate atmosphere. These kids are rowdy. Love to play high intensity pickleball.
Timeout worked, at least in the short term. 18-16. Houston with the serve. There's just the tennis shot there. In trouble. Let's use the howitzer to get out of it.
Really impressive. Sprinting to her right side. She's able to curl that ball back to the left, that cross-court drive. Those are always extremely difficult to block. Great athleticism there.
Now a timeout from UTSA, as the Roadrunners had pulled even with 4 consecutive points to the score of 16 all. But coming out of that timeout taken by Houston, 3 in a row for the Cougars. Now just a couple away from claiming women's doubles, as DUPR had predicted. Delaware Life, the title sponsor of all of DUPR. DUPR Collegiate Pickleball, powered by Yola Head, the official paddle and footwear of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. And as mentioned, the Gamma Chuck tournament ball in play, of course, this weekend as the official ball of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. 1916 for Houston, out of the UTSA timeout. The serve belongs to On No. No in the all black. Reset midpoint by No. No, maybe just a hair tardy getting to that middle ball.
Yeah, Shui Simon was able to keep that ball low enough, just barely, gets enough just to tempt on there. She's going to want that ball back, though, John. Let's go! Side out the other way, though.
And Connaught will want that back as well, as that wanders long and earns Houston game point in women's doubles, 20-17. But again, the reminder, score freeze in play. Cougars need to win on their serve. Short return. And a short conclusion to women's doubles, as No comes up and puts it away, and it is the Cougars of the University of Houston that strike first. They claim women's doubles by the final score of 21-17. We are off and running on Championship Sunday of the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional men's doubles of our first quarterfinal. Up next for you, UTSA and Houston's opening match continues. Women's doubles goes to the Cougars, 21-17, the final score, as DUPR had accurately looked at. And now we look at men's doubles, and it's Houston with a decided advantage in terms of the cumulative DUPR, which is how the predictor is based. Carlos Bonilla, James No, 94% chance to win men's doubles. And if that indeed is the case, Houston would hold a commanding lead heading into mixed doubles 1. But let's look at the 4 competitors here. Colby Lewis, you see him right side of the screen, bottom, warming up with his partner Julian Herrera off camera just at the moment. Herrera a lefty, and will actually have a pair of lefties in this matchup. James No, the one bending over picking up that ball, his partner now back to you with the black shirt, shorts, and white hat is Carlos Bonilla, and he is the most accomplished player in this match, Tim, and part of the reason why Houston has such a decided predictive advantage. He is in fact a pickleball professional here at Pala and an instructor, and just about to graduate from the University of Houston. But before he does, he and the Cougars hunting a Texas Super Regional Championship. The lefty on both sides, how does that impact this match?
Yeah, one thing I noticed even prior to this match, in the ladies match, we had for the Houston side, we had On No and Natalie Cobb really had the ability to cover middle court very well. On No's forehand was a big issue, but in addition to that, Natalie Cobb's backhand on the counters and the ground strokes is a big factor. For this matchup, though, in the men's, I think we have the forehands covering the middle of the court on both sides of the net here. And we got a big forehands from all 4 players here, so crucial to see how these players communicate over middle shots, but also how they play the diagonal center court lines and what their patterns are going to be in this match.
In the winner of this match on to face the winner of Baylor 1 versus Baylor 2. It would be the upset of the whole series of Super Regionals thus far, Tim, if Baylor 2 was able to pull that off. So more than likely the number 1 seed in our bracket awaits the winner of this match. This is the 4-5 matchup. And again, that bracket, as we ran down for you, the 2 seed Drury University making the trip from a ways away to represent here in the Texas Super Regional. They're taking on UTSA 2, again a heavy favorite in that matchup. Texas A&M first team is the number 3 seed. They're taking on Houston 2. So again, this was the most intriguing matchup here at 4-5 with Houston 1, UTSA 1, and that's why they're on our broadcast court here for you. The other 3 quarterfinals have very strong predictive favorites and expected winners.
Yeah, I think a lot of people at this tournament were really expecting Baylor, A&M, and Drury to perform really well at this tournament. But that's kind of rounds out that top tier of teams. But Houston and UTSA, I think, are up to the challenge. They face off against each other here, see if they can challenge those top 3 teams as whoever advances here.
Palo Pickleball, again, the host site. Can't, again, express our appreciation enough for them. They've basically given us the run of the facility the last couple of days to present this DUPR Collegiate Super Regional for you, and they've promised that the Flamingo Bar, which is behind us, will remain open for the second slate of NFL games later today. And again, we had some great fun catching a couple games with some of their pickleball community this morning. And as we represent, of course, Performance Productions, Performance Pickleball, we always, Tim, like to have that welcoming nature when people come visit us in Virginia, and it's been so much fun to experience that last week in Nevada and this week in Texas.
Yeah, shout out to Palo Pickleball. They've got a cool spot, but in addition to that, they've got some amazing Flamingo Palo t-shirts, John, or polos, I should say. So I had to grab some of those, and we're rocking those today. Love these shirts.
Yeah, Timmy and I worked up quite the sweat this morning, and I realized I did not pack a second outfit for the broadcast, so we are rocking some sweet Flamingo polos representing Palo Pickleball. I actually went so far, I got the hat. They might think I'm an employee by the end of the day. We are underway in men's doubles, and that was a tricky roll by James No of the Houston Cougars. Now, what's interesting to note, James No on No. You just saw on playing in women's doubles. Same spelling of the last name, same pronunciation, no relation. And I asked them both, related, and each was quick to spring and say, absolutely not.
They are playing mixed doubles together, though. That's what I've heard, so we'll see how they do.
1-1 start to men's doubles. That's Kobe Lewis with the drive. Herrera got a little quick there, probably needed to be a reset.
Yeah, that and his feet were shuffling while he was doing the shot. Really need to have those feet set so he can transfer weight more effectively.
Well, we don't like to pick favorites in these matchups, but if we were going to, Carlos Bonilla would be it. And the reason why is because, again, he works here at Pala, and yesterday he got us absolutely everything we needed for the broadcast. He brought us out the tables, the chairs, and then this morning we told him to come over so we could ask him some questions. He thought we needed some more stuff, and he was at the ready for us.
Yeah, I believe home court advantage, like, you know, also being here in Houston's backyard, but also he works here every day. Like, I believe that could be a slight understated. He's comfortable playing here. He's here, I assume, every day. So a bit of an advantage there for Carlos, and see if he can take advantage of that for this Houston team.
Yeah, and got an issue with the ball here. Potentially, Bonilla was looking at it, but nothing doing. We'll keep that ball in play. UTSA needed that. A couple of shaky points there to kind of hand Houston that early lead. And Bonilla sailed that a little bit long. Saw Carlos giving a lesson earlier this morning when we got here.
Not only that, but rocking the Crocs during that lesson as well.
When you're good, you're good. You know, just feeding balls.
Doesn't matter what the footwear is. Just he's out there regardless.
This is Bonilla, the lefty, with the serve. And earns a long return from Herrera.
Yeah, he's earned a couple of return errors on that big serve of his. Keep an eye on that for the rest of this match. Along with a big drive as well. Carlos Bonilla, but also his partner as well, like both have big drives over the court here. I think they're going to lean into that fast, aggressive style.
And you see that backhand drive as well, and you can immediately tell that Bonilla was a tennis player. In fact, he played competitive tennis for 7 years. He's got a lot going on. Picked up pickleball 2022. He's only been playing for a year and a half, but is, again, an instructor here. And there's a strike from Herrera. You got the sense that Julian needed that on the right side for UTSA.
He found a good location, too. He found James No's left hip right alongside that alley line. Tied him up along that backhand side. Great location there.
It's a return of James No for Houston. He's a native of Austin, Texas, but chose the Cougars for his secondary education.
Great pickup.
And good poise right there from Bonilla. That slow motion effect off the tape. You know you're getting something high, and he resisted the temptation to smack the heck out of it.
Yeah, and he didn't go body either, which a lot of players would have done. He decided to just go for the center gap after leaving that center court that Colby had to chase. He opts to find the court space and threads the needle. Great spot there.
UTSA, though, hanging in this matchup.
Love the off-court angle there. A lot of players were just going to smash that ball as hard as they can down the center of the court. He opts to just go angle where it's just unreachable as it launches off the side of the court. Great location there.
Yeah, there's a few shots where you can tell players have differentiated to that next level. That open hand overhead, I guess you would call it.
And as a lefty too, it's tricky to read.
And again, you see UTSA there. A couple shots prior, Herrera hit an excellent roll drop, didn't follow it, then hit a great topspin drive, didn't follow that either, and it worked out.
Yeah, they've got some shots of their own too. They're hanging in here. Only a 2-point deficit, 3 now.
And that will lead to the end change. 11-8 for the Cougar men after the women claimed women's doubles 21-17. Houston looking to advance to the semifinals. UTSA hanging in there in spring. Saw the spot there for Rally Republic, the official licensed college logo paddles of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. John Laser, Tim Cass, pleased to be with you for this DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Taking a look at the team huddle for UTSA there. And the Roadrunners trying to find some answers in men's doubles, trailing 8-11, and no answer for the big rip.
Big shot from James No. Colby Lewis was able to get that return deep, but however, that bounce was so high, James No was really uncorked that drive and hit a winner right down the middle of the court.
Great drive defense, though, from Julian Herrera.
That's going to be the key here. Can they get the volleys cut down low at the feet? Nothing high enough here.
Lewis saw it coming, but still couldn't quite get there.
It's the second time he's had to retrieve a net deflection that dribbles into the kitchen, unable to reach that one.
The late Ernie from Herrera, southpaw swat.
Yeah, if he stays behind that line, he doesn't have enough reach to get that kitchen. So having that extra step to go over the side of the kitchen, great adjustment there.
Great reset, got to follow it. Now he's up. And Carlos Bonilla fired up, and rightfully so. Herrera, though, Tim's got to give himself more credit. He's hitting some phenomenal resets and drops and not coming fast enough. Houston's cheering contingent loved that.
With another rocket. That's a huge shot and a great momentum builder for this Houston team. They start to stretch this lead out.
I'm going to tell you one thing right now. This quarterfinal is not reffed because we've got 4 of them going on. We will have a ref for the semifinal. James Noe is foot faulting on every one of his serves.
Something to keep an eye out for this Houston team.
There's another freebie off the big serve from Carlos Bonilla. Now Houston pulling away. And Bonilla's feeling it now.
Yeah,
and UTSA is going to take a quick timeout.
They just have no space, any gaps to find any attack lanes. Carlos Bonilla's all over it. He's covering the middle of the court. He's got a good backhand roll. There's just no options here, so they call a timeout, see if they can gather something and collect something to close the gap here.
Yeah, I think when you feel you're the stronger team in a matchup, Tim, and the aggressive tact is working, a.k.a. the drives and follow and kind of just get coming forward, until a team shows you that they can slow you down, you just keep doing it.
Yeah, when you have that momentum and you get those big drives, you get those big winners, that momentum just compacts and exponentially grows to this team. They feel unstoppable right now. They're going to want to keep going and play the exact same way until this match is over with. UTSA, they're really going to find their drop shot, find their returns. The returns have to be deeper in play, so they can't pounce on third shot drives. If they make those adjustments, they have a chance, but they got a lot of work to do, down 8 points.
They're down 8 points, and I think the biggest observation I would make from UTSA, we talked about it during women's doubles, and I'll mention it here again, they've got to get up quicker. They're hitting good shots, good enough shots to go. They're just not.
I think they're probably afraid of the heat coming the other way, so they're a little hesitant to close the gap. They haven't won that many hands battles. They just have to trust their ability, close the gap like you said, and add a little more pressure.
Little 11-18. Little confusion on the score. It is at 11-18. We can confirm that. 11-18. See, Tim, you wear a flamingo polo and they think that you're in an official capacity. It's the old adage, just act like you belong.
We are the score authority.
But Cam Meeks is the score. It is 11-18 though. And now it's 11-19. Yep, Mr. Meeks, he walks in. Sir, can we get you anything? Here's your scorer's booth. Do you like lemon in the water? Oh, what a shot!
Wow.
By James Noe.
That is ridiculous. Guys, below his knee, forehands behind his body. He's able to scoop that shot outside of Colby Lewis's frame on the diagonal side, paints the sideline. What a shot.
Game point. Bonilla a little over-eager.
Yeah, this Houston team just feels invincible. Sometimes after a great point, you'll just go for another drive, another crazy winner. Just misses that last one.
This is a home game for Houston. Make no mistake, they got quite the cheering section. Great pickup by Herrera. No forced Herrera in. Oh!
Yeah, Colby Lewis, he goes lob there in the transition phase, and they're both in position. They're in front of the baseline. It's a shallow shot. I would like to see just a slight drop there in advance. He goes to the lob, and they put themselves in a bad position against a heavy-hitting Houston team. This Carlos serve just misses, I believe.
Yeah, but he has gone big on the serve, and it's kind of been mixed results. He's missed a couple, and he's got 3 service return errors. And there's the payback. Again, the score freeze doesn't end it, so 20-13.
He might dial it back a couple ticks here for the serve, but he does.
Yep, 3 notches. Win it elsewhere. And that'll do it.
What a lead.
Houston Cougars. Bonilla ducks out of the way of what turns into the game-winning point. Herrera went for the Ernie, and when it doesn't finish the point, puts you in peril, and that's exactly what happened for UTSA. So women's doubles and now men's doubles go the way of the Cougar. We'll try to close it out. Mixed doubles #1 right after this. DUPR Collegiate Pickleball Texas Super Regional continues from Pala Pickleball here in Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. Our quarterfinal in the 4-5 matchup thus far has been all Houston Cougars as they prevailed in women's doubles 21-17. Backed that up with a 21-13 win in men's doubles. Connaught and Sane fell for UTSA in women's doubles to Ka and No. Then Bonilla and No defeated Herrera and Lewis, as you see there. So we're set for mixed doubles 1. Lineups just selected as UTSA was reacting to the lineups chosen by Houston. Houston will go with Bonilla and Natalie Kahn. A 71% chance to win over Isu Connaught and Julian Herrera. So Natalie Kahn and Carlos Bonilla. And Tim, I think, again, Houston sent out their stronger mixed doubles team here in an attempt to end this quickly.
Yeah, they're going to put Natalie on the left side here, I believe. Carlos Bonilla on the right side. They both have a lot of forehand strength over the middle of the court. Even on the alley side, on Natalie's outside edge, I think she should have that backhand roll shot. Good counter there. Carlos Bonilla is really going to take charge and take a lot of space in the score, I feel like, in this match. So see how this Houston mixed team does. On the other side, we're going to go with, I believe,
we've got Herrera and Connaught. And because of that, you've got what Tim was just saying both ways. You've got the male player on the right because Herrera, of course, a lefty as well. So just flip the chessboard, essentially, from what mixed doubles generally looks like.
Yeah, typically you see that the ladies go forehand, cross-court dinking patterns. In this case, it may be a lot of backhand dinking patterns as they approach and get up to the net. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, and Bonilla bully ball the first couple points, and I would expect that to continue. Quick 2-0 lead for the Cougars. And the winner takes on the winner of Baylor 1, Baylor 2. Baylor 1, of course, a heavy favorite over their teammates. And Herrera got a high ball there.
I think Bonilla's going to try to find the backhand on the opposite side and really charge the center of the court, look for a big forehand from that right side. It's a different approach game when you have a big lefty ranging from the right side of the court. So finding that backhand side is going to be the key here.
3-1 for Houston. Yeah, that was an intricate and kind of subtle, excellent shot from Bonilla there. He had the high ball, could have ripped it. Instead, he just kind of patty-caked it, but in a perfect spot. Yep, high ball to high ball, and Bonilla just swinging away.
Yeah, Herrera's trying to get Isu Connaught to really play more to Natalie Ka's side, but it's going to be really difficult. Bonilla's all over the court. He's everywhere right now.
Yeah, then 6-1, and just feels like an onslaught sometimes when you're on the opposite side of the net. And that big serve, too, from Bonilla makes it difficult to do what he just did there, which is punch the ball to the female player, in this case, Natalie Ka.
If UTSA is going to have any success this match, I believe IC is going to have to find some success down Carlos Bonilla's alley. She's going to have to paint that line to keep him honest. But he's so explosive, it's going to be really difficult to find that shot consistently. But that may be their best chance to crawl back into this match. They face an early deficit.
7-2 start for Houston. They hold a 2-0 lead. Yeah, and it's just not a position for Isu where you can win from right there. She hit a couple of nice shots to stay in that point.
It's really difficult, too, because Carlos Bonilla, he's adding pressure on every single shot. He's taking every single ball. He's taking the thirds, even though they're on his partner's side there. He's got the explosiveness to recover and cover the entire court. Great play by him so far. So he rips another one.
You saw some frustration before that point from Isu Connaught. We picked it up there on our baseline cam, kind of talking in an agitated fashion with Herrera, saying, you got to come over and help me a little bit. There's that alley shot you were looking for. But sometimes even the right strategy will get defeated when you have a player, an opponent, in this case Carlos Bonilla, that is as skilled as he is. He was equal to that challenge you wanted her to make.
Yeah, she found the right spot on that initial shot. Carlos Bonilla on that follow-up was able to he popped up just slightly, and they weren't able to put it away on the following shot. And from there, Carlsbad took over and won the point. But to your point, sometimes it's an uphill battle no matter what you do on the court.
Yeah, that was long. Herrera had the Ernie set up, but it did not matter as it became a moot point. 11-2, Houston strutting their stuff to the end change and looking to make it a sweep in our first quarterfinal.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
11-2 for the Houston Cougars. John Laser, Tim Cass welcoming you back inside a Palo Pickleball from Spring, Texas. Houston with a commanding lead not only in this game but in this match as well. Huddle there on the top of your screen for the UTSA Roadrunners. And Tim, trying to find answers, and sometimes there are not them, but they've got to find a way to play off or play away from Bonilla somewhat if they're going to find a way back into this game.
It's going to be a difficult challenge going forward. Herrera's really going to have to take over, to your point, like you said earlier. He's going to have to take up a lot of space. He's going to have to relieve pressure from his partner, Asu Kanat. But on her side, she's going to have to find some shots to keep Carlos Bonilla honest every now and then, but not returning to the middle of the court just as he rips another drive. But misses that one, I believe, just short of the sideline.
Yeah, ripped that one wide. That was what we call an 11-2 shot in the game, trying the severe angle. 3-11. Again. Now it's 4. Second time we've gotten the challenge of the score over to Mr. Cam Meeks, the executive producer of Performance Production.
On top of it, as always.
And Asu Kanat nearly was able to redirect that in a perfect spot.
That time she had the space on that side too. He was overexposed in the middle court. She just barely misses that open space.
And those are the shots that Herrera, I'm sure, never misses, but a big crowd and a big deficit. And the deficit grows to 14-4. And winner of this matchup on to take on, we presume, Baylor 1. On the bottom side of the bracket, it's going to be Drury against Texas A&M. That we know for certain. Those two matches have ended quickly. So, as expected, that'll be the 2-3 matchup. Drury University, Texas A&M, and their top team.
Well, they both wrap up in sweeps, John. 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, as oftentimes happens in the quarterfinal matchups. Oh, and that was out, but not as much as Kanat thought it was going to be.
I bet she almost regretted leaving that ball, but ended up being the right decision. Good leave there. Good discipline.
6-14. The backhand slice from Kanat has been a weapon, but when having to do it repetitively, in that case 3 consecutive times, has had a penchant to sail on her a bit.
Yeah, and this time she's facing off against Carlos Bonilla. That's ultimately the difference. She floats it up over the middle of the court. Bonilla is going to put that ball away every time. Worked a little bit in the women's match before, but Bonilla is just everywhere again.
I mean, that's literally everywhere. That is literally everywhere. He actually went over in the middle of that point and played a shot on an adjacent court, then came back and hit a winner.
He's playing hero ball right now, and I love to see it. That's fun pickleball right there.
That's the way Tim plays, by the way.
It's a fun style.
It's a fun when you're your teammate. 17-6. Looks like it's going to be the Cougars. Been the aggressor in this match, and rightfully so. I think women's doubles was the key if there was going to be a chance for UTSA. People again predicted them as the favorite in that match, but Houston flipped it. Oh, if that dropped in, I think Kanat might have had a meltdown.
She won that exchange. That's the first time she held up against Carlos Bonilla's attack. Maybe that spurts a little something in this UTSA team. Down to 10 points here, big lead, but perhaps a momentum shift.
7-17.
That backspin just not going to work against Carl Spadina. She'll have to find an adjustment or at least yank that ball wider.
Yeah, and give Natalie Kah a lot of credit, too. She's played a very serviceable Robin to Bonilla's Batman here. You know, when she has had to redirect the points to get him in favorable spots, she has done so. And that's an important role to play. You know, she's playing the left, but it's a traditional role of the right side player. And just like that, able to put it away. So a couple of points snuck in on us there from the Houston Cougars, and no sneaking around for Houston. They were dominant in that first quarterfinal. Cougars roll to the semifinals. They will play Baylor 1 or Baylor 2. That match just about to wrap up, it looks like, over on court 1. We'll step aside for a few moments in between the quarterfinal and semifinal round, but we'll keep the live cast going. Enjoy the sights and sounds of Palo Pickleball, which is what all our college competitors are doing at the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional.
What's your duper?
scores 18-21 on the last. Oh, that would have been easy. Yeah. Yeah. They're Baylor 2 girls. Doing great. We didn't face Baylor. Oh, I did.
Welcome back to Pala Pickleball, Spring, Texas, and the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. We have advanced to the semifinal round, and as you look at the warm-ups, semifinal number 1, Drury University, the Panthers out of Springfield, Missouri. They'll take on Texas A&M, the Aggies, of course, from College Station, Texas. The Panthers traveling 12 hours by car to get here. Shorter drive for the Aggies, just 66 miles down the road to College Station. And we saw a sweep in our quarterfinal off our broadcast court. That'll be the Houston Cougars. They will take on Baylor number 1. Baylor 1 did have a little more trouble than anticipated. They dropped a game to Baylor number 2. That was the scuttlebutt throughout Pala Pickleball here, as everyone heard going by saying that would be epic, oh my, but it did not happen. So our second semifinal will be Baylor 1 and the Houston Cougars. All right, Tim Cass along with me. I'm John Laser. Cam Meeks is the executive producer of Performance Productions. Pleased to be with you not only for this Texas Super Regional, but the entire DUPR Collegiate Super Regional Series. Today we will crown a 4th champion to join Florida Atlantic University, the University of Virginia, and Utah Tech, winners of the Florida Super Regional, Virginia Super Regional, and Nevada Super Regional, respectively. Still one to go. The Arizona Super Regional coming your way from Glendale, Arizona, a week from today. Tim, we take a look at the Drury lineup, and I'm going to get into this Drury program. It is really a unique situation in Springfield. Beth Matas Martin, Ava Samberger, Kyle Morris, and Will Lieberman recruited to Springfield to play pickleball. This is one of the very few accredited pickleball programs supported by their athletic department, with a full-time head coach, Jared Smith, who himself is a well-known and reputed pickleball player and tennis instructor and professional. He's with this team, just had the opportunity to chat with him, but that is the roster for Drury University. Now for Texas A&M, Mallory Franke, Emmy Marquez, Phil Krotz, and Blake Goodman. And as we'll look at the DUPR predicted metrics, Tim, this is a slanted matchup in the 2-3. Drury, the 2 seed, coming out of pool play yesterday. Texas A&M, the 3 seed. We expect this to be evenly matched. The advantage, at least as DUPR sees it, based upon the cumulative DUPR, belongs to Drury in women's doubles, flips to the Aggies for men's doubles, and then we'll see how it stacks up in mixed.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup. Both these teams cruised through both of their groups. I believe both went 4-0 in group play. This is their first meeting this tournament, facing off in the semifinals. So let's see what how these two squads face off.
There are the DUPR predicted percentages based off that combination 4.250. DUPR for the Panthers of Drury, Beth Matas Martin, Ava Samberger. 70% chance to win over Mallory Franke and Emmy Marquez. And we'll take a look at the men's predictive analysis when we get to that match. As always, it will be women's doubles up first, then men's doubles, mixed 1 and mixed 2. Again, Baylor and Houston in our second semifinal. Hunter Iono running the tournament for DUPR Collegiate will also serve as our head referee here for the semifinal matches and the finals as well. Top 4 seeds advanced, Tim, and when you looked at the collective DUPRs coming into these teams yesterday, there was kind of a tier. There was these 4 teams and then a drop-off. We've gotten the expected bracket. It was all chalk for the most part to this point.
Yeah, arguably even the top 3 with A&M, Drury, and the last team being A&M, but Houston with a good performance in that semifinal. I think they'll be looking to challenge Baylor. Baylor's a solid team in this bracket. They ended up getting the 1 seed before pool play, but they barely squeak out against their intercollegiate rival in the Baylor 2 team. Squeak out a 3-1 win there, so see how they perform against Houston in the next semifinal coming up. But right now it's Drury and A&M to start us off.
Yeah, I think this is the most provocative matchup that we'll see thus far today. Again, we had the sweep in the quarterfinal. Both A&M and Drury also swept their quarterfinal matchups. Those matchups were actually completed pretty quickly, as it was Drury taking out UTSA's 2 team 3-0, and A&M taking out Houston's 2nd team also 3-0. Again, the only one that was not a sweep was the Baylor 1-2 match, where Baylor 1 dropped a match there. But again, as Utah Tech showed us a week ago, sometimes your strongest competition comes from your own campus. Potentially the case for Baylor. Drury, Texas A&M racked and ready to roll. Semifinal number 1 coming at you straight ahead.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna be up. I got like no matches left. This guy sucks. That's not my double partner.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Một giờ. Ba phút hả?
John Laser, Tim Cass bringing you back courtside to center court here at Pala Pickleball, again operating in Spring, Texas for 2 years, host site of this DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. We have advanced to the semifinal round as you look at our matchup in women's doubles between Drury University and the Texas A&M Aggies. Again for Drury, it will be Beth Matas-Martin and Ava Samberger. As they take the court, you see that is Matas-Martin on the left, the brunette hair. Samberger, the native of Poland, on the right side, bottom of your screen. But it'll be the Aggies to serve first, and it'll be Emmy Marquez to do the honors, playing the right side for Texas A&M. Underway in our first semifinal, Mallory Frankie in the white hat for the Aggies. And it is Frankie who got it into the right shoulder of Samberger to get things started. And we've got a nice crowd forming here, as you can see, ringing our stadium court. As we've advanced to the semis, Tim, we've kind of gotten down to the nitty-gritty of what we wanted to see, and in particular, this was the matchup we wanted to see.
Yeah, I think DUPR has these teams almost level here, John. These ladies matchup especially, this should be a really interesting matchup, as both these teams try to get an early lead in this four-game series.
A high drop from Marquez, and Matas-Martin knew exactly what to do with it. Serve from Beth Matas-Martin. Multiple opportunities for Samberger to engage in that point. She could never get the elevation down where she liked it. Serve of Emmy Marquez. What an interesting story she has as the slice drop, and you see that patented smile from Emmy. I was chatting with her a little bit before the match, and she does not have the tennis background or really much of a pickleball background, but what she does have, 10 years of playing padel, as we say it sometimes here in the States, and not just playing padel. Oh, tape love one way and then flipped on its ear the back way, and a fist pump from Frankie. 10 years playing for Team USA and their paddle program. And I asked, how did you get into that? And she said, I was awful at tennis, so my coach suggested I switch sports. And I also asked, does it translate well to pickleball? And she said, no, not at all.
Playing well so far. She's had some good finishing shots, a good backhand slice drop. Pretty comfortable so far as A&M takes an early lead here so far.
Yep, strong start for the Aggies, but 2-4 off the serve of Samberger. Matas-Martin will be kicking herself over that one. Partner of Marquez, Mallory Frankie to serve. Senior from Fort Worth, Texas. She has a golf background. That slides just a touch wide on Matas-Martin. All of the Aggies listed this tournament as their biggest pickleball achievement, so hoping for the championship outcome today. And a strong start in women's doubles, a 7-2 start. Again, you'll recall that DUPR predictive analysis gave the women's tandem from Drury the 70% chance of prevailing in women's doubles. It's heavily slanted the other way for the A&M men, and a timeout taken by Jared Smith, the head coach of Drury Pickleball. And we bring up Coach Smith because, again, it's a unique situation. I think it's the future of collegiate pickleball where more accreditation is going to be given. In Drury's case, scholarships are awarded. They recruited this first team after naming this program their 13th athletic program back in 2023. Not all that long ago, in November of 2023. And a lot of credit given to Coach Smith for starting this program, but being willing to make the transition to pickleball coaching. He had coached each of the men's and women's tennis programs at Drury for more than a decade.
Especially as one of the first colleges to branch out and try out an official pickleball team. So that's really impressive what he's doing there. Great job by him growing the sport on the collegiate level. Love to see that stuff.
Yeah, I like the timeout when he took it. But Matas Martin having a little trouble, Tim, easing into this match. That's the second or third time the backhand's given her trouble. That's just a nasty slice shot from Marquez, and Emmy saying, yeah, come on.
She's using a lot of backspin slice on her backhand. It's giving both these ladies problems on the Drury side.
And again, I think with this rally scoring, things can slip away from you quickly, and that's what's happening to Drury right now.
Already almost at the side switch, John, at 10-2.
Great drop.
Had it lined up there for Frankie. Just missed a forehand over the middle of the court. I think she's looking to split the opponents there, right down the middle. Just miss.
Yep. That went wide before the ball intruded. It's 11-3, so the ball not ruled to have interrupted prior to. You see Hunter Iono, our head official and also the coordinator of this DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Quick timeout from Performance Productions, Texas A&M. The Aggies at a College Station and off to the strong start.
What's your duper?
Back courtside as you look at our kitchen cam, Performance Productions, and to the baseline there you see a couple of hyped up Aggies as Frankie and Marquez off to the strong start. They lead 11-3 over the Drury University Panthers, again out of Springfield, Missouri. 633 miles from Palo Pickleball in Spring, Texas. And of course, everyone on behalf of DUPR Collegiate appreciates the Panthers making the trip here to the Texas Super Regional. They did it as a drive. 12 hours was the estimated travel time. That was a great shot cross-court from Sandberger, but answered by an equally great shot by Emmy Marquez.
Yeah, they're just having, Drury's side, having a little bit of trouble in the backhand volleys right now. A lot of pressure from this A&M team. As long as they clean those up, they're able to crawl back in here. Just got to clean up the volleys.
And a little over-eager right there, Tim. Wasn't a great forehand dink from Marquez, but it wasn't attackable.
Yeah, sometimes when you're down big, you'll try different things when you're not supposed to. That was probably not the right time to pull the trigger for Ava.
And again, that backhand from Matas Martin was not what she was looking for, but sometimes it's the shot your opponent isn't expecting you to hit, and that one caught Frankie a little off guard.
Yeah, tied her up in the shoulder just a little bit. Sprayed it out of bounds. Good drop shot there.
It was a sliver wide on Frankie, so
Well constructed point there from Drury there. See if they can build off of that. Good transition, good kitchen line play. They move the opponent around here.
Oh,
man, great defense.
He's swinging away. Drury standing tall, and only the tape could intervene to end that slugfest.
Relentless pressure, and the net gives the point to A&M. Good play there.
14-5. Crowd was applauding both teams there. That was a great showcase of defense and also poise. Isn't that always the way? You get an epic point followed by just a rip into the net.
That's how it goes, how the game of pickleball is played.
6-14. Marquez was intruded upon by her teammate.
A little bit of confusion there.
I think she had artistic intentions for that little slice volley too.
She loves that slice ball. I think she's looking to drop that ball really shallow. Just collided paddles there with her partner. It was a little bit late to the line. She hit a great drop shot and hovered back.
Yeah, but Montes Martin, Tim's got to get that backhand volley more level.
Yep.
Slice attack. Doesn't work this time.
Both feet were on the line there as she gets called for the kitchen fault there. Left foot and right foot. She tried to smash the forehand. A little too close to that line, though. Good call there by Hunter.
16-7. Return a little long. 17-7. Again, we'll show it to you when we get to the men's doubles match, but a heavily predicted favorite are the A&M men. Not done with women's doubles just yet, though. Just a sledgehammer from Marquez.
Yeah, Drury's hitting that third shot drop well. They're landing on the kitchen. They're getting at the feet. They're just hesitating on going up to the line. And then A&M just keeping them back the rest of the way. And then the power from Emmy Marquez is just too much.
So they won the point there, but that was a mistake from Montes Martin. Had the opposition pinned back to him and invited them up to the line with a dink.
Yeah, they've won several points being at the kitchen line against this A&M team. You are right. They got to keep their opponent back when they can. But overall, especially on the service side, it may be best to get into these dinking rides rather than these heavy firefights as Emmy burns them again on that heavy volley.
Yeah, Emmy Marquez has really been the aggressor in this match, Tim, whether it's been the slice attack or the backhand finish. 19-9. Good get. Yeah, great inside-out forehand from Sandberger and a little frustration on the paddle tap. Set Frankie up there, got her leaning.
She popped that dink up a little bit high. I think Drury, if they're able to slow this game down, they may find a little more success by waiting for the right ball as Mallory pops one up eventually for Ava there.
And never got her feet set, did Frankie, so a little surge here for Drury to 11-19. Great shot, Sandberger, and here's the Drury Panthers we were expecting in women's doubles.
Yeah, that's 3 points in a row. They have found Mallory Frankie's feet now. They're forcing her to dink a little bit more. They're not allowing her to attack off the hip. See if they can stick to that and collect a few more points to make this a little tighter here. Great shot from Ava. They're finding their stride now as A&M called the timeout to try to slow the bleeding here.
Yeah, finding their stride, but is it in time? The Drury Panthers fell into a big crevasse. A&M trying to close the door. Quick timeout from Paolo. 1913. Drury making a push here, and as we always say, Tim, even if you don't come all the way back, it is vital to give yourself confidence into the mixed doubles portion of these team matches. Don't tell Drury that right now. They still have designs on coming all the way back. Score freeze, of course, in play as well. Yep, there they go. It's out ball.
Great speed up from Emmy.
Well, they did a phenomenal job. You saw the strategy. They were isolating Frankie and trying to pinch her over there, but eventually Marquez found a way to get involved.
Yep. Mallory held up that time. They found her outside foot in the dink several times, but she didn't. She kept her dinks low and eventually set up her party for a great winner. As Ava tries to find it again.
And again, that's the strategy, and it's effective to earn the side out against score freeze in place here. You can see that's precisely what Drury's doing, Tim. They are trying to isolate that right side of the court.
I think they found the strategy now. It's just to your point earlier, can they close the gap that they dug early in this game? Still a few points to go to get closed up in this game.
There's the one Matas Martin was looking to get forward on. Another opportunity for the A&M women to close out the opening game of this match.
See if they can get back to their aggressive play here. Play a little more heavy, big drives, big volleys.
Or that.
Or that. What a winner.
That will work as well. Frankie apologizing, but no apologies necessary for the play from the Aggie ladies. 21-14, Texas A&M opens up semifinal number 1 with a victory in women's doubles.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Men's doubles time, semifinal number 1. Texas A&M, Phil Krotz, Blake Goodman, a 76% chance to win over Kyle Morris and Will Lieberman of Drury. And again, that is the reverse of the predictive analysis for women's doubles, but that did not hold true as Texas A&M sprinted out to a big lead and then held on for the 21-14 victory. But again, DUPR likes Texas A&M's chances here. Tim, you've had the opportunity to see most of these players thus far through this tournament. I would tend to agree that A&M would have an advantage in this match, but it is not a decided one.
I got a chance to watch A&M a little bit yesterday. These two guys, in Philip Krotz and Blake Goodman, they both have heavy hands, quick hands, great reaction time, good counters, good instincts at the net. That's going to be a tough challenge for this Drury team, but they'll be up to the task here. See if they can play their fundamental game, get to the line, get some good dinking eyes, and force some errors here.
Introduce you to the players right now as you see all 4 on your screen. That's Kyle Morris in the red shirt closest to you, with the back to you as well. His partner Will Lieberman across the net is the lefty for Drury. Near side back to you for Texas A&M. That's Blake Goodman, and across from you back at the baseline hitting drops That's Phil Krotz. So, again, Drury claims women's doubles. We saw a sweep in 3 of the 4 quarterfinals, including Texas A&M and Drury. The only one we did not involved our 1 seed. Baylor 1, dropped a game to Baylor 2, but it'll be Baylor 1 in the second semifinal against Houston 1. The Cougars sweeping their way past UTSA. So top 4 seeds still alive at the moment. This is the first semifinal in our broadcast lineup for the rest of the day. Of course, the culmination of this first semifinal, we'll have all the action from the second semifinal and the finals as well, as we name a champion for the 4th time on this 5-leg fall DUPR Collegiate Tour. Joining Florida Atlantic University, the University of Virginia, and Utah Tech will be one of these 4 schools. Of course, 4 bids secured here at the Texas Super Regional as we bear down on DUPR Collegiate Nationals coming up November 1st through the 3rd in Dallas, Texas. And what an event that is going to be as part of the UPA World Championships. We're set to begin. Texas A&M will open with the serve. Hunter Iono stepping in, our lead referee for the semifinals and finals, with some last-minute instructions. Blake Goodman, the right side player for Texas A&M, will serve first. Phil Krotz, the taller right-hander, play the left side. Meanwhile, it'll be Morris on the left and Lieberman to return serve on the right, the lefty for Drury. And a quick point for Drury as Krotz got tangled up in his footwork. As did Lieberman. A couple of good spots on some intermediate shots.
Well placed right at the feet. Those are always tough to dig. 1-1 here early. Good lead there by Krotz. Not too high there, but if that ball's traveling fast enough, you could let that ball go and it's still going out of bounds.
That one does sail out on Lieberman.
Keep an eye on that backspin slice from the lefty backhand side. That could be a little tricky for A&M to read. Something to keep an eye out for the rest of this match.
Great lead by Lieberman there. That's a tough ball because it wasn't all that elevated, but hit so crisply by Phil Krotz.
Had a lot of topspin too. I probably would have hit that ball, but good discipline there.
100% chance I hit that ball. Up at the line versus back of the baseline wins most times, particularly with a dastardly roll like that.
Neither team able to get to the line so far this match, able to transition well, kind of back and forth here early as these teams feel each other out. So A&M gets closer and they close the gap.
Oh, what a defense on the Ernie from Krotz, and letting Lieberman know about it after the point. Yeah. It was the right read by Lieberman to Ernie, too.
The ball was high enough on the side, he just couldn't put it away, and A&M was able to get a paddle on it.
Morris, no apology. Well,
late apology.
Yeah. Over the shoulder wave of the hand. I would like to take that out of pickleball. Look, you're lucky off the tape. Sometimes it evens out, sometimes it doesn't. None of us feel bad about it. 5-4 A&M.
Yeah, most players will say sorry, but most of them don't mean it.
It's just unnecessary. It's like passing a coworker in the hallway, the office, for the 27th time. No need to say hello. We've done that. All right, 5-5 on the service error. I like both these teams play fast. No milling around in between points. Great return by Krotz.
Playing the front of that baseline too. Keeping this Drury team back. I think the key to their game is transitioning to the line. Playing that kitchen line battle, moving the ball around.
You see the serve from Goodman will invoke the return error from Lieberman. Texas A&M a 7-5 lead now. Make it 8-5. That was a tight little roll there from Phil Krotz. Goodman will earn the serve. He's a senior.
Yeah, Phil Krotz plays in his dinks and his volleys really well right now, finding the feet of these Drury players at least 3 or 4 times this match now, especially in that tight backhand drop as Drury calls a timeout.
Yeah, Drury's going to take a timeout here. It was 5-5 when the side out was earned by Texas A&M, and they've rattled off 4 points. So the timeout, I like the timing of it. Let's meet the players in this matchup. Blake Goodman, the 21-year-old Texas native, senior FINC major, tennis player throughout high school. He has dabbled professionally, made the main draw for the Austin Kitchen Open. He lists no other hobbies. It's pickleball, and that is it for Mr. Goodman. Meanwhile, his partner, Phil Krotz, 22-year-old from Allen, Texas, and an engineering major, mechanical engineering major, and senior. He was a multi-sport player prior to pickleball, baseball, basketball, and table tennis, which I don't hear mentioned as often as I think it probably should be for some of these pickleball players, whether they played it competitively or not. A lot of the hand-eye coordination necessary at the kitchen line comes from that table tennis background.
Helps a lot with the volleys, helps a lot with the curl of the wrist, to snapping the wrist on a lot of volley shots, specifically on the backhand and forehand. That translates really well and very apparent in Philip's game.
Quick point for Drury out of the timeout. Oh, and Morris blasting away on that two-hand backhand. Lieberman set it up with a fine slice drop.
That's a pretty one, too. And a weapon for this Drury side. May have to shade inside to open that shot up a little more of this match.
7-9. Krotz sends the return deep.
A&M looking for the side switch here at 10-7.
It'll be 11-7, and that will lead to the end change. Hunter Iono will step in and say, let's flip it around. 11-7 for the Aggies, already holding women's doubles in their hip pocket, trying to advance to the final round. This is the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Semifinal number 1 continues between Texas A&M and Drury. A&M prevailed in women's doubles 21-14. They lead 11-7 here. Quick correction, Kyle Morris, the left-handed player, rather than Will Lieberman, and our apologies on that. I was certain when they introduced themselves to me earlier today that Kyle was the lighter-haired of the two.
It's hard to keep names when you're just meeting people for the first time, John. I'm not sure how you do it consistently all the time.
So our apologies to the Drury fans watching. But regardless of that, Tim, is there a strategy tweak that Drury needs to make in this match? It was just kind of that quick burst from A&M that made it 9-5 that has carried them to this point.
Yeah, some of the returns are deep, some of the returns are short. It's really allowing A&M with that third shot drive, fifth shot drop combo, which is giving them a lot of trouble. If they can clean up those returns, they can ease some pressure from A&M's transition game. I like for them to open up Will Lieberman's two-hand backhand a little bit more. That can be a weapon. Perhaps some keys for this Drury team to crawl back and make this a match here. Great curl there. Good shot. Love that shot on the forehand.
Ball skittered over to our broadcast location. And yes, Lieberman will slither that one through. 8-12.
Big wind up there from Kyle Morris. Philip started ducking before he made contact with the ball. Heavy swing, easy to anticipate. He just ducked out of the way. Good discipline there.
Caught the baseline on the return. I like that aggressive slide step from the left side player, and Lieberman made the right call.
Yeah, I like him being a little more aggressive here. He's been a little more conservative at the beginning of this match. I look for him to be a little more aggressive and take over this Drury side.
Indecision from Morris. You could see the last second he deviated. He's going to come cross court.
I think he was going to go speed up right at Phil Crotch there. He decided against it, pulled back, and then misses the easy dink.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crotch was coming anyway and then got it elevated.
That was just right in the wheelhouse. That's money every time for Phil Crotch. Good step, good finish.
Morris, the lefty, the freshman from Albuquerque. Oh, somehow.
Wow.
That was played back by Goodman.
Oh, it's way high. They get away with
great
it.
defense by Morris off his own misstep. That was some exquisite pickleball from both sides. Excellent patience as well. Mentioned Morris, who will serve here trailing 10-15. Basketball background. Lists a hobby as eating. And that used to be a hobby of mine as well until the metabolism went wayward at 27.
Man of my own heart there.
Yeah.
Food habit.
Oh. And Lieberman is trying to flick that back across off the tape shot.
Really tight angle when the ball barely dribbled over the net tape. Best to hit that ball sideways to give yourself a little more room, but those are always difficult.
16-10. Now.
They get away with another one there, John.
Yeah, but not two. Lieberman, midpoint, was able to defend a poor lob, but never able to tilt it all the way.
These A&M players are just too athletic for that lob stuff. They got to stick to their game. See if they can find the alleys.
Long, and it's 18-10, and just like women's doubles, Tim stretching out a little bit here in the middle portion.
Yep, 8-point lead for A&M. Big drive, goes long.
I love the facial expressions from Phil Crotch throughout the match. Had a big smile. I was chatting with him a little bit earlier this morning as well. And representing the Aggies from College Station.
Good
Set up there for the body shot. No apologies when you're down 11-18 and now 12-18 on that two-hand backhand you wanted to see more of from Lieberman.
Yeah, I've only seen it maybe 2 or 3 times this match. I'd like to see even more than that. Great shot there. Every time he's tried it, it's worked well.
(19-12) back to the serve of Blake Goodman. Oh,
he's
but he couldn't stay out.
He saved an out ball as well. I think he just
And
wanted
he
to
just
hit
told
the ball.
Goodman, grab me by my hair and pull me back. That's what he said.
With there almost is none. I'm not sure what he's talking about there.
That was a phenomenal drive, though. 13-19. It was not a phenomenal flick, however, and you saw Crotz kind of trying to hold his equilibrium there.
Sometimes when you have a big lead and the momentum's going your way, it's really easy to go for the flashy, crazy shots. Best to just stick to your normal game. Finish the game out. They get the flare shot there.
Was
Great
Goodman
counter.
sitting on that.
Round the left tip. Was able to put that backhand away. Great reaction.
Leads the game point in men's doubles for the Aggies. Some of the other Texas A&M players from their other teams here saying, you like that, Kirk Cousins style. I like that as well. Texas A&M has prevailed in men's doubles. Double up with their women's doubles win. The Aggies hold a commanding 2-0 lead to mixed doubles #1. This is semifinal #1 of the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional from Palo Pickleball in Spring, Texas.
got it? All right, thank you.
Waiting on the scorecards as the two captains selecting mixed doubles pairings, but you can see Drury tipping their hand just a little bit with the warm-ups of Will Lieberman and Beth Matas Martin. Our own Tim Cass is collecting those mixed lineups at the moment, but it'll be a must-win game for Lieberman and Matas Martin as women's doubles and men's doubles won by Texas A&M. Texas A&M certainly impressive in both of those matchups. They were favored to win in men's doubles, but not predicted to win by DUPR in women's doubles, but got off to a really hot start. And although Drury found their footing, Frankie and Marquez just too much, and were able to close it out 21-14. That was also the score in men's doubles, 21-14. So again, it'll be Lieberman and Matas Martin for Drury as the Panthers trying to force this to a second mixed doubles match and then ultimately a dream breaker. We have not seen a dream breaker thus far in our bracket today in the open division in our quarterfinal round, but we did see 3 yesterday right off the jump in pool play. UTSA 2 was involved in a couple of them in each of their first 2 matches. So again, it's going to be Lieberman and Matas Martin against Kratz and Frankie for Texas A&M, and then if necessary, Morris and Samberger for Drury against Goodman and Marquez. As you look at the match summary, as I mentioned, A&M wins 21-14 in both women's and men's doubles and needs to claim just one of these mixed matches. As we look at it here, the matchup of Kratz and Frankie, both of the left side players playing together for A&M, Tim, trying to put this away.
Yeah, A&M's looking really good here. Philip Kratz with a really aggressive game plan last game, facing off against the men. He's got a big drive. He's got good instincts, good footwork. I think he's going to look to take over this match, take a lot of space. For Mallory, she's going to want to defend that outside foot a little bit more, see if she can keep her dinks in play, keep that ball low, and that'll be the best recipe for success for this A&M side. As for Drury, I think they're going to really want to find that outside foot for Mallory Frankie here, and for Will Lieberman, let that two-hand backhand loose. Take over court, see if you can lift your team's side to extend to game 4.
Win predictor from DUPR, Lieberman and Matas Martin, given a 63% chance to win mixed doubles 1 based upon their cumulative 4.604 DUPR. Kratz and Frankie, a 37% chance based upon their 4.465 DUPR. A&M flipped that in women's doubles. Try to do so again here in mixed doubles. One note, Blake Goodman carries the highest DUPR amongst all the competitors in this matchup.
Great dig.
Oh, that was an extraordinary shot from Kratz.
Second, that's frustrating for Will Lieberman. Great shot by Kyle there. Philip there. Dribbling off the net tape, just barely short, wasn't able to dig it out. Early lead for A&M. He gets another one.
And Frankie sends that wide off the forehand dink. So 1-1 in mixed doubles 1, semifinal 1. Baylor, Houston to follow.
Wow.
You literally saw Mallory Frankie ducking for cover to run out of the way of that Kratz overhead.
Yeah, that monster swing from Kratz. She got out of the way just in time before that, where he let the sledgehammer down.
As does Lieberman here.
Yeah, that one a little more finesse, well placed right at the feet, right between Phil Kratz and Mallory Frankie here. Great spot right down the middle of the court.
Yeah, alley pass, and Lieberman saying, I saw it coming. He's just a touch slow to it.
Phil Krotz is taking all of these fours. He's stepping over on Mallory's side. Even if they try a third shot drop on her side, it's not much of a factor. He's able to keep the opponent back.
And a freebie off the Krotz serve, and now Mallory Frankie to serve. I was asking Mallory earlier, I said, do you prefer Mallory or Mal? And she said, either one. And I said, well, what would you prefer? And she said, I really don't have, you can pick.
Well, I've been saying Mallory, so I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah. But just a very nice young person. 3-5. Keeping the pressure on Matas Martin, and nothing Lieberman can do about that. And they've done a nice job of pinning Matas Martin to that baseline, and then you see Lieberman in that prone position.
Phil Krotz is just too big at that baseline. He's everywhere. He's taking that big step to Mallory Frankie's side, ripping a forehand everywhere, never giving Drury any breathing room.
Yeah, but that time he tried to go middle, and Lieberman's sitting on it.
He's finding a couple good volleys here every now and then. See if we can find a couple more of those. Give him and his partner just a few more points here.
I think Lieberman, Tim, is going to have to get what we call reckless. He's got to come over and protect a little bit more. Matas Martin attacked the right one, but Frankie was ready for it.
I think Will Lieberman's going to want that volley back. Mallory hit one at his hip, and he just floated up for Philip across to put away, and he smacked that ball. Great point there from A&M.
Good take from Beth Matas Martin. And it's 5-7. And this has been the point in the match in both women's and men's doubles that A&M took control.
I'd like for Drury to stay in this pattern a little bit more. I think they could find some success here, just forehand dinking.
Yeah.
They find
Matas Martin took Frankie just wide enough where she tried to bail out.
If Drury's going to find a way to win this game, which they have to survive, Will Lieberman is going to have to play a little bit bigger, to your point there. Just have to bait that ally side a little bit more, play more courageous, just like that. Great play.
Yep, that's exactly what he needs to do. Trying to tilt the court towards Matas Martin. A&M had a lot of success doing that early. Yeah. And I like that, though, from Matas Martin. She was trying to come in.
Ended up on her heel as she made contact. Contact points kind of stuck behind her heel, and she curled that ball wide out of bounds.
Right there, and good compact finish from Lieberman.
He's starting to activate more, too. He's starting to add more pressure. Mallory Frankie here.
Well, Will Lieberman from a place that only a fellow Minnesotan would know how to pronounce. That would be me. Matamidi, Minnesota. Freshman biology major. Ran cross country at Matamidi. Also track, played tennis. Like any good Minnesotan, he enjoys fishing. Jeez!
That was just a thunderbolt for Phil Krotz there. So much power on that forehand.
Yeah, on the Burt.
Great setup.
Don't get the Burt nearly as often as the Ernie.
Nope. Yeah, you have time to do that Burt when that ball floats up on the right side, just kind of hovers in the air, but it's just barely shallow enough on that right side player to take us to the left side player. Cuts that angle off the big forehand just like Phil Krotz did just there. Smart play. Great athleticism, too.
Nice roll on that drop from Mallory Frankie. Kind of a sarcastic gesture to one of her teammates.
He says it's butter, apparently. Couldn't find that drop shot. A little shallow that
margarine.
time. Margarine.
Not as good as butter. They opened the door, Tim. All we can do is walk through. And change. 11-9, A&M holds the lead as they did in each of the first two games of this match. It's a slighter lead, however. Drury in a must-have-it mixed doubles, match 1. John Laser, Tim Cass back with you courtside as center court bringing you semifinal number 1, Texas A&M and Drury University. Again, Texas A&M much shorter trip, 66 miles from College Station. Drury, meanwhile, 12-hour trip, 633 miles back to campus in Springfield, Missouri. This is our first mixed game after Texas A&M prevailed as the 3 seed in each of the first 2 games. Drury trying to find a way to push this to mixed doubles match 2. What is that way, Tim? For Drury to push this to the second mixed game, they need to do what?
Yeah, Lieberman's got to be more active on the court. Towards the end of that first half, that game, he was able to step towards the middle of the court more, adding more pressure to Mallory Frankie. They've just been letting Phil Crotch do whatever he wants on the court. They've started to take him out of the game a little bit more. If they can stick to that, they have a chance here.
Oh, almost got away with it there as Frankie just on the defensive.
And Will Lieberman, he's not as big as Phil Crotch, but he's quick. He can move those feet really fast and make those quick maneuvers just like he did there. That's going to be the key for this Drury side as they take on the second half of Game 3 here. Great counter from Phil.
But not a fruitful one as Frankie shorts the dink into the net. 12-11, so Drury after the end change grabs the first 3 points. They get the first 4 points.
Will Lieberman sees Phil Crotch overcompensate there. He goes too far on Mallory's side, gets the backhand pulled the other way, catches him on the backhand. Great court awareness from Will Lieberman there.
Yeah, Lieberman was able to get himself involved, cutting off the cross-court effort from Frankie, and suddenly it's all Drury with a 14-11 lead.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2 halves here. Phil Crotch at the beginning of this match was everywhere, all over the court, taking that step, playing a little more passive here. A&M's going to get the momentum back. He's got to activate a little bit more here.
Frankie that time was able to get wider with that cross-court effort. Matas Martin had the better of those forehand exchanges for the most part. 12-14. That's kind of stare down, lunging forward on that drive.
I think that's the momentum counter A&M needed there. Big forehand drive. Phil Crotch is going to start playing mean again here, I feel like.
That one almost found the corner from Crotch. But again, for Drury, I stay right here, Tim. This forehand exchange definitely favors Matas Martin.
Yeah, she's only lost a couple of those drives. Other than that, she's controlled that exchange between her and Mallory Frankie, as Will Lieberman just misses a drop outside.
That would have been one that brought the crowd to their feet there. Lieberman knows it.
But that's the pattern that Drew's going to have to stick to if they want to win this game. As for A&M, they're really going to have to play kind of more of that chaotic style that Phil Crotch brought into the first half of this match, playing a little more explosive, as Will Lieberman is just playing meat and potatoes pickleball here.
That's a good way to put it. You know, one just sets up the other.
Yep.
And an easy one. You'll take it when you're down 2-0. And trying to set up what would be a matchup of Morris and Samberger against Goodman and Marquez.
Great dig off the end of the paddle, but Phil Crotch
looking at his right foot to make sure everything was positioned appropriately, and it was.
Good step. So we collect back to this forehand dink and exchange. Matas Martin wins it again. She's just more disciplined on those forehand dinks. She's more placing the ball well.
It seems like Frankie paddle positions him a little bit behind where she wants it on that forehand dink.
Yeah, I think great approach again from Lieberman. Yeah, Matas Martin, she's able to curl that ball a little bit more. She's able to add a little more top spin. Skips off the ground across the opponent's side. Mallory's dinking with a little bit of a flat, open face, so it's not adding any pressure at all to Matas Martin's game at all, and that's where she has the advantage.
A&M timeout. This is their first instance of adversity thus far in this match. Again, they rolled in both women's and men's doubles to 21-14 victories. Had the 11-9 lead here at the end change, but it's been all Matas Martin and Lieberman of Drury. Since then, they lead 19-15, trying to force again that matchup of Morris and Samberger for Drury against Goodman and Marquez for Texas A&M. Delaware Life, the title sponsor of DUPR, and DUPR Collegiate Pickleball powered by Yola, playing the Gamma Chuck tournament ball through this weekend, and all of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball as the official ball. DUPR Collegiate, the Ernie, the official pickleball machine of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. All of our proud partners are with us here in Texas, as they will be a week from today in Arizona, just outside of Phoenix and Glendale. 19-15 for Drury. Oh, Matas Martin.
Oh.
She wanted that shot from Kratz.
I think that was too good to believe, too good to be true. She had a forehand corked and ready to go, just misses it.
16-19. Yeah, same thing for Kratz there. That wasn't there. But he had committed himself, and now game point for Drury. Sits on the tape. Side out back to A&M. Well, again, a coach in place for Drury, Jared Smith. Really like his demeanor. He hasn't really changed expression throughout. He's coaching during the timeouts, but letting them play through it.
I would say timely timeouts. He's called the right means at the right time. Address strategy. I think they've changed the vision and adapted well here in Game 3.
Second game point. Oh, wow. Well, Lieberman doesn't win the point, but that was some exquisite paddle work from him there. He got unfortunate middle of it. You can't get unfortunate against Kratz because he's just too big.
This is the counterattack off the net tape from Kratz. For me, that was super impressive. He was able to finish that point himself, and when you get points like that, they tend to pile up one on top of each other. Next point, A&M's way.
19-20. Oh, the ability to contort the upper body while leaving the lower body or the base stationary. Incredible.
He's got a small frame, but he doesn't play like it. He's got a lot of reach when he's at the net there.
That serve, though, was long from Matas Martin. They quickly asked Hunter Iona, the referee, did you see it? He said, I did not. 20 all. Uh-oh. Yeah.
That's candy for Phil Kratz. He forces that pop-up off the initial speed up. Cleans it up.
Well, suddenly what was a decided advantage for Drury is match point, not just game point, match point for the Aggies. I didn't expect that to be a drop. Oh, didn't expect that into the net, but it's A&M and an exhale from Kratz. The Aggies come all the way back in mixed doubles to sweep the semifinal. Kratz and Lieberman, a moment of sportsmanship after the match there, laughing about that final point. Tremendous pickleball. Congratulations to Drury for advancing to the semifinals. We'll see them again in Dallas at the Nationals, as we will the Aggies. But we'll see them again today in the finals. Who will their opponent be? Baylor Bears, Houston Cougars on deck. We'll take a 10-minute timeout. Enjoy the Pala Pickleball sights and sounds as those two teams get ready to roll. Semifinal 2 straight ahead from the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional.
What's your duper?
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional continues from Pala Pickleball, Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. Again, this is a fourth stop, the 8th overall Super Regional being contested, along with 4 that were contested back in the spring semester. And that national field of competitive teams starting to round into form, giving out bids again this weekend. And we move to semifinal number 2 between the Baylor Bears and the Houston Cougars. And Houston, we saw in action already, winners in their quarterfinal over UTSA. Meanwhile, Baylor won. This top team took out Baylor 2 in the 1-8 matchup. Let's introduce you, though, to Baylor 1. Bella Basham, Landry Laywell, who we'll see first here in women's doubles, then Gabe Gomez and Peyton Pogash in men's doubles. You see their dupers there to the right. Laywell carrying that 4.850 duper, and Basham the 4.587 duper. This is going to be heavily slanted towards the female players, the women's players for Baylor, as they go up against An No and Natalie Ka. Now remember those dupers I just mentioned from the Baylor Bears, 3.631, 3.4002. Meanwhile, Carlos Bonilla carrying that 4.522 duper on the men's side, along with his partner James No, 4.329. It's going to be a heavy advantage for Baylor in women's doubles, and a heavy advantage for men going the other way for Houston. And Tim, as we often see when it's this kind of cross matchup, mixed doubles potentially decides this.
Yeah, and I feel like mixed doubles usually favors whoever has the stronger men too. They're able to take over more court. They're able to be more aggressive and be more imposing and threatening. See if that turns out to be the case here as Baylor takes on Houston here in the semifinal. We get started here.
And it'll be the serve for Houston and the serve for Natalie Ka. And sailing the first return long, that is Bella Basham. And so No will serve to Landry Laywell. Basham let that go, and it was in, so a quick start for Houston. 2-0 off the start. Well, we've introduced you to the Houston Cougars back during their quarterfinal appearance on our broadcast court. They're introducing themselves again here with a strong start to women's doubles, leading 3-0. Basham with some late misdirection there, caught No on the hip.
Both these teams have had a maybe hour and a half, 2 hours off now since their last match. See how they respond with perhaps some rusty play as they warm up, kind of feel each other out in the early stages of this match. 4-1 early for Houston. Make it 2.
A loose volley from No there, and Laywell had that serve, and now the serve over to Bella Basham. Basham, a freshman out of Irving, Texas. Major in health science studies, pre-PT. And that was good. No, with a smile, looked over at Ka and said, I thought you were going to get that.
I think she was hoping to call it out, but it was square on the baseline. Well placed there. Neither of them were able to turn back around fast enough to see it land, but it was in.
Serve from Laywell from Thorndale, Texas. College tennis player, now a third-year law student and finding pickleball following her collegiate tennis career. And Ka finding a good spot there, rolling it in on Basham. It's 4-3 for the Cougars. And that sailed just a touch wide on Basham.
Good start here for the Cougars. They were the heavy underdog here against this stout ladies team on the Baylor side. Up to a 5-3 lead here, see if they can continue their roll.
And No and Ka conferring as to whether it was in or out. They're asking Hunter Iono if he saw it, and he said, I can only overrule, you've got to make a call.
Yeah, that's going to go Baylor's way. There was no call in the court made. So by rule, that calls me in.
The call is eventually out. No, eventually the call was made by Houston.
When I was watching it live, it did look out to me. It was close.
Yeah, and this is a rare time you and I will agree. We're sitting right on the baseline. I did think it was out, but now sportsmanship, Houston will say, no, take it. So potentially out, but instead a point for Baylor, 4-5. First dink rally we've seen, and tape help for Ka. I don't think we've seen the best of Bella Basham just yet, Tim.
No, that was a tricky timing. It hit the net tape, then she was on her heels backing up, and she got tied up in the feet and just missed the next dink.
Good return from Bella.
These Baylor women, they have a good tennis swing. They have good ground strokes. They both have really good drives. I think they're going to want to lean into that aggressive style more and just bruise up this Houston side. But a little wild there, couldn't get it down.
Yeah, that's what I think from the Baylor side thus far. Again, just kind of easing into this match. Been resting for a while off their quarterfinal win. And nearly caught the baseline, but is long on Ka. So the side out back to Baylor, 6-7. Here's the serve from Basham. She played select basketball back in middle school and varsity tennis all 4 years in high school. Been playing pickleball for a couple of years. 19 years of age. 9-6 now for Houston.
A lot of freebies from this Baylor side so far. Missed serves, missed returns, some missed dinks here and there. Just playing a little sloppy. I think to your point, they just got to get used to this match, get settled in, find their game.
A couple of ho-hum volleys there from Basham. List her career achievements. Won the state tournament in Texas, 5A private school doubles state champ. She also mentioned she has a love of live music. Most recently attending the John Party concert. You hear a boisterous response to that put away from the Cougar contingent.
Natalie Cobb was able to stand in there. She withstood the heavy drive there from the Baylor side, rips a nice two-hand backhand, and eventually wins the rally a couple shots later. No fear from this Houston side so far. Really impressive start from this side.
There's a good put away from Basham. I'll tell you what we are going to have is a phenomenal environment the rest of the afternoon. We've got all the Texas representatives, Baylor and Houston. They'll meet Texas A&M, so the champion of the Texas Super Regional is going to hail from the Lone Star State. How did Ka get that back?
We've got a lot of Houston locals here as well. There's a lot of locals at this local facility cheering on their hometown college as well.
Baylor's got a huge throng of fans. You heard from the Aggie faithful just an hour away. Probably got about an hour if you're in College Station. Want to drive on over and hang out with Tim. Tell you all about Texas's win yesterday in the Red River rivalry.
That'll be the first thing I'll talk about. We'll see the Aggies at the end of the year.
10-all.
They may not last too long, but we'll see.
Yeah, Laywell swinging away. And there you see some exuberance from the women of Baylor as they take the lead to the end change. 11-10 for Baylor. Semifinal number 2 just getting started. Winner takes on the Aggies of Texas A&M. 11-10, slimmest of margins as they change ends in women's doubles. Baylor and Houston getting started in our second semifinal. Texas A&M defeated Drury 3-0, winning both women's and men's doubles, and then prevailing in mixed doubles first match as well. So A&M resting and waiting their opponents in our championship match today. Pala Pickleball is the proud host of the DUPR Texas Super Regional, doing a spectacular job as that host site. And a brief exchange from Hunter Iono, our referee, with each side. I think he was further explanation of that reversal on the call. I guess if you could call it that. Houston never really made the on-court call, so eventually ruled in.
Yeah, honest play there from Houston, but it might have cost them a point because that ball was out.
Oh, that is a nifty combination from Bella Basham right there. She lost her footing in between and was somehow able to regain her balance.
With authority, too. She swung hard that ball to put it away, making a point there. Baylor taking a 2-point lead now.
Her serve, 12-10.
Starting to play more aggressive over the center of the court, John.
Yep. Too aggressive there from Laywell, but that was a nice midpoint pickup from Ka for Houston.
Houston impressive here. They were the heavy underdog here. They're hanging around, only down 1 point. Tied up now after a missed return from Laywell.
And we've seen Laywell kind of float those returns a number of times into peril. 12-12. And Laywell exclaimed no. Miss hit from Khan. She immediately starts laughing and hides her face behind her paddle.
Yeah, I think she was expecting something a little higher. She got choked up near the shoulder and had that elbow bent when she made contact that overhead and just missed.
I love the on-court demeanor between No and Ka. They're definitely having fun competing.
They're just playing on house money, John. They're just glad to be here, and they're putting up a good fight so far. Great read from Laywell. She sets up the backhand, then immediately steps to the forehand side, knowing the next shot's coming in, and she's there with the paddle to put it away.
15-12. Baylor trying to pull away here. And that was Laywell's ball. Basham interjected. 13-15. Back to the Houston serve of On No. And she told us earlier this morning, I just played pickleball for fun. They grabbed me, needed a player, and she has played exceptionally well. And Basham usually converts that in her sleep.
Houston will take it, though. That's a gift, and a gift late in the game as we approach the final stretch of this game one.
Oh, great pickup there. Basham thought she had the alley for the put away through the middle, as did I. 3 quick points for Houston, and suddenly level ledger at 15-all.
Gotta feel like the pressure's on Baylor here. They were expected to win this match big, and Houston's hanging around here. See if Baylor can close it out.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Baylor here, I think, because again, you got Carlos Bonilla, James No, who have been impressive on the men's doubles side, and a timeout taken by the Baylor Bears here. Now trailing 15-16. We'll keep it here at Pala Pickleball. What does Baylor need to do? They came out, it seemed a little loose, Tim, then dialed it in middle of the match and gotten out of their rhythm again.
Yeah, it may seem simple, but to me it's just a bunch of unforced errors. They're sloppy on returns. They're a little sloppy on some dinks here and there. They got to settle the feet down a little bit. They're shuffling their feet before setting their feet, hitting the ball, following through. Just simple stuff. As they clean up the fundamentals, I think they'll be fine. I think still the semifinal jitters are perhaps affecting them here. They settle down, they should be able to close this one out.
Good view of the crowd that is taking in the second semifinal of our DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Also starting to gather on the baseline as well. See some of our partners, Gamma Sports, Gamma Chuck Tournament Ball in play this weekend. 16-15 for Houston.
Back to the rare dinking rally this match so far. Not many of these.
And double up. Paddles collided but got the job done. 16-all.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Love the double paddle tap. Little lucky the ball was still able to go and play. They get the side out. Now we're starting to find a lot of topspin on this forehand roll. The last couple points, she's getting herself in a good rhythm there. That may be a strategy for Houston to implement to wrap this game up.
17-16. And there's again. Yep. Of the match thus far, won by Baylor.
Those dinks, all four of those dinks, well placed, corner to corner of the kitchen. Last one just barely short of the net tape. Both opponents moving each other around. That's pretty pickleball right there.
17-all off the serve of Landry Laywell, third-year law student.
Oh. Finds the sideline.
Oh, the wicked angle from Ano.
This Houston pair, they're playing a lot better than they did in their quarterfinal. These ladies are playing really impressive right now. Well placed by Ano, right in the corner. That's a little short though.
18-all. This has been the most competitive game we've had. Honestly, outside of men's doubles, or excuse me, mixed doubles in the reversal in our last semifinal, and an ill-timed long return, and that's the first time I've seen anything but a smile from Natalie Kaw, and a timeout will follow it. And Natalie came over after they won in the quarterfinals and said, "You guys broadcasting?" So we're live casting it. She said, "So people are watching me play pickleball?" Yeah, watching you play very well, in fact, throughout the course of the day.
She looks a little nervous after the fact, but she's not showing it right now.
She's played well, and you see Carlos Bonilla, the leader of this Houston team, just trying to inject a little lighthearted nature into the women's doubles team. You get to see him just kind of bouncing around, saying, "It's all good, we got this." And now it's just, Tim, a matter of execution. We've seen the strategies from both sides, and just a matter of who can execute on these final few points here.
Yeah, I think they're pulling the trigger a little faster than Baylor is, especially in Baylor's transition play. They're kind of stuck behind a lot of reset and defensive mindset, which is allowing the big hitters on the Houston side to just let these shots rip on the overheads. That's where they're strongest at, with the big forehands and the big backhand finishes. Look for Baylor to close the gap on the transition play. Look for some transition offense to finish these last few points to wrap up.
19-18 for Baylor. It is their serve. More specifically, it is the serve of Landry Laywell. All. Well, we saw, I think, a little tension on that point. There were a few attackable dinks that weren't attacked.
When the game gets late like this one, John, it's very easy to tense up. Just put the ball in play, not to put the ball with any risk at all. So sometimes you may see those shots unfold like that.
Oh, what a shot from Bella Basham. It's a great shot at any time. To do it at 19-19 takes some courage.
That was gutsy. Well placed. I think she just catches that line. She freezes up her hands at the point of contact, really deaden that ball off contact. Placed it really well off the side court.
And earns game point for the Baylor Bears. He's got to get up there. Oh, what a get. Oh, Natalie Kaw. And Laywell, you can see devastated by the outcome of that point. Natalie Kaw went back to get the lob.
The drop shot saved it. Baylor transitioned and immediately flipped the court, but it didn't matter. Houston gets the serve back, John.
At 20 all. No, but Basham, perfect spot right off the right shoe.
Game point number 2 for Baylor. As Laywell serves this time.
Oh no, Kaw played so well. Was not expecting that to be a pop-up from Basham. And Baylor got away with one there and comes away surging to a women's doubles win. Baylor 22-20 over Houston in women's doubles, second semifinal. Off and running from Palo Pickleball in Spring, Texas. Men's doubles coming up next. Who will meet the Aggies for the Texas DUPR Collegiate Super Regional title? John Laser, Tim Cass back with you from Palo Pickleball here in Spring, Texas. As you look at the warm-ups for men's doubles, Baylor dramatically in women's doubles, 22-20 victorious. And now you see a very evenly matched expectation here in men's doubles. Gabe Gomez, Peyton Pogash. We see for the first time Carlos Bonilla, James No. We see for the second time, very impressed, particularly with the play of Bonilla, and it was Bonilla who iced it for Houston in their quarterfinal match, playing the entire court and earning a sweep by winning men's doubles and mixed doubles. But the combined 4.460 DUPR for Baylor, combined 4.426 for Houston. That's basically a coin flip, and we have not yet seen this Baylor team in this bracketed round today, but we did see them yesterday. And it's Baylor tandem, two people that know each other very well, Tim. They were randomly assigned as roommates as freshmen a year ago. Along the way of becoming friends, they also both picked up competitive pickleball at the same time. And now here they are as the top team on the top seed here in the Texas DUPR Collegiate Super Regional. Quite the story and quite the chemistry between the two.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch this Baylor team play yet this tournament, but looking forward to seeing them play here. But hearing them rooming together and playing pickleball at this stage now, very impressive for this Baylor group. As for Houston, though, my eyes on Carlos Bonilla again. See how he can soak up really the entire court, but from the lefty side. Don't get to see that too often. But he's also got a solid partner in James No as well to clean up any speed up shots, but also with the heavy drive himself. So should be a good matchup here.
Again, now for Houston, they need this men's doubles matchup. We were very impressed with the Houston women. Really had opportunities there to steal women's doubles from Baylor, but now if you do not prevail in men's doubles, if you're Houston, you find yourself in a very precarious position heading to mixed doubles. James No with just laughing. He went for the tweener in warm-ups and actually rifled it into the crowd on accident. So even at the height of tension, you can get some levity as well.
It's whatever gets the style points, John. That's what matters most.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that earlier during your warm-up.
No, this game, we're just having fun out there. That's what makes this game so great. It's just the game's evolving. There's always new shots coming to play. You got tweeners developing now. You got the Ernies, the Birds. It's a fun game. These cool to watch these young players implementing all these shots to their game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I'll tell you what else has been fun. You know, we started all the way down near Miami and Port St. Lucie, Florida, with the Florida DUPR Collegiate Super Regional, and got our first look at Florida Atlantic, the Owls, so impressive and really just stampeding their way to that Florida DUPR Collegiate Super Regional title. Then up to Virginia, of course, where we hail from, but no strangers, the teams in that competition, but University of Virginia beating North Carolina in that final and earning that Super Regional title. Then across we go to Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. Utah Tech, which if you're anywhere around collegiate pickleball, you've heard about the exploits of that program and the heights in which they have risen, and got to witness that firsthand. And down here to Texas to see a number of teams that we'd never been able to see in person, and getting 3 Texas representatives of our final 3 teams, the 2 here and then the winner to meet Texas A&M, and one more stop to make down in Arizona next week. So really cool to tie all the corners of the country together. That's what DUPR Collegiate Nationals will do in just a couple short weeks, November 1st through the 3rd in Dallas, Texas, as part of the UPA World Championships. 0-0. Carlos Bonilla gets us started. A short arm on the forehand dink from Gabe Gomez, so Houston on to the quick start. Pair of righties in Gomez and Pogash.
I feel like this is going to be a different pace for Carlos Bonilla as he deals with the men's doubles team, in contrast to the last mixed doubles match he played in the quarterfinal. See how they adjust here to get eyes on this Baylor team for the first time. Heavy backhand from Peyton Pogash there, just narrowly missing that baseline.
And Pogash got exactly what he wanted and then missed the shot, so 2-1 to Houston. Pogash, a sophomore in Houston, an accounting major. Played baseball prior to college and rips the ATP. ATP with authority, Peyton Pogash.
Carlos Bonilla sent that dink a little too wide, and Peyton Pogash with the impressive ATP sweep shot with the open court. Great shot.
Oh, what a point. And Bonilla rightfully fired up. He had one save off his face earlier in that point.
He swept it off like right off his ear. It was that was an impressive counter, but that one, he holds the backhand really late right at his feet, fires away and catches Baylor by surprise. Another drive there from No.
James No. We know he can do that. 4-2 for Houston. And a little too fired up off the drive prior. Everything looks appetizing at that point.
He hit that ball so hard. I feel like if that was over the net tip, it was sailing past the baseline regardless. He's got a lot of power.
Nice change of direction by James No. Takes it off Pogash, puts it on Gomez.
One thing for this Houston team, especially when they're serving the ball, I think they really want to prefer James No to take the thirds and Carlos Bonilla to trek forward and just play hero ball in the center court, look to clean everything up. But James No's drive is a great setup for us. Misses that one there, but that's going to be the recipe for this Houston team as they go forward in game 2 of this series.
It's kind of a pick your poison with who you choose to return serve to if you're Baylor, to your point. Rare misfire from Bonilla and Pogash the put away.
Yeah, I think he framed that ball off the side of his paddle. He missed the contact point there and pops it up.
Here's Gabe Gomez, sophomore from Austin, 20 years of age, soccer background. So cites his ability in the game of poker. So he knows about strategizing, reading opponents. And while his partner, Peyton Pogash, cites himself as an elite wee bowler. Elite. Yeah, that was an interesting, I think No wanted that previous shot back, and because of that got a little bit too ahead of himself on the next one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his feet were quite underneath him there to pull that off, but he didn't miss by much. That just caught the top of the net tape. Great set from Peyton, but they can't collect the second one.
Well, and what I like there on that overhead from Bonilla, and not surprising he's an instructor in this game, is so many people try to roll that overhead. And it's actually a lot more effective, Tim, as you know, flatten it out and just get it skipping in on your opponent. And that is long, 8-6 for Houston. That overhead, particularly coming from tennis, you kind of hit it at an angle on your face of the racket in that case. Well-timed speed up through the middle from Bonilla.
I love the hitch motion there. He had a slight hitch just as he fired those hands forward. I think that's throwing the timing off on Baylor's counterattacks.
9-6. Oh, James No finds the corridor, 10-6. And I'll tell you what, Baylor is the favorite in this matchup, coming in as the top seed. But if, long way to go for Houston, if they can win men's doubles, I love their chances to at least get into a dream breaker, because any match involving Bonilla, I think you've got the advantage.
Yeah, James No is no joke either. He's got a heavy, heavy drive, and that really favors Bonilla's game as well. But this will be a really interesting matchup going forward, especially as we enter into the mixed stage of this matchup.
Got to win men's doubles first, though, and they force the change of ends. Do the Houston Cougars, 11-7 Houston. Baylor, though, holds a game-0 advantage after claiming women's doubles as our second semifinal. Winner on to face Texas A&M for a DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional title.
What's your duper?
Hunter Iono conversing with Carlos Bonilla, James No. Carlos having some fun, and again, our thanks to Carlos. He personally was instrumental in getting us set up here and situated as an employee of Pala Pickleball, and our appreciation to all the folks here at Pala. Let's make this our pickleball home for the weekend. And Peyton Pogash off the end change. Able to earn a point back for Baylor, 8-11. Gomez got what he wanted, but wasn't expecting it to be what he wanted.
Yeah, that forehand timing was a little bit off. I think he got under that ball a little bit and it just sprays past the baseline.
No, a little too fine on the backhand slice drop. And a lot of enthusiasm throughout the facility. That's our challenger bracket. Still being contested.
After the side switch, both these teams kind of trade drop shot errors. See who dials in the consistency here to finish and wrap up the men's doubles matchup here.
13-9.
Oh, good pull. He loads up that left leg really well, hides the hands, doesn't pull them back too far, finds the middle of the court. I love that disguise from Gabe Gomez there. Great shot.
Rally scoring every mistake becomes a point the other direction, and despite that excellent shot from Gomez, the short drop, it's a point back to Houston. Gomez, great job stepping back for the dink, getting back up for the counter.
His forehand counter was ready that time. Not the point before, but I think he got tuned up and fired away that time. Great shot. Good pickup, but not over the net tape. He was able to get a paddle on it, but not able to get the opposite corner.
15-11. James No. Oh, Gomez. Bonilla lining that up at Gomez.
His drive looks really unique. He finds a way to really twist that quarter. Really unique angle. He uncorks that forehand at a vicious angle, and especially in the left hand, it's hard to read.
And Bonilla stepped off the line there. Ball he probably should have taken out of the air, and it tilted that point in Baylor's favor. 13-15. (16-13), and Pogash apologizing to Gomez, saying that's your ball, and indeed it should have been.
Yeah, I think there was communication breakdown. Wasn't sure where to take it, and 3-point on the third shot.
Oh, wow. No, the firefight.
That was impressive. Gabe Gomez had a heavy forehand counter, but James No had it right back. He was ready.
17-13 for Houston.
Inside out, just narrowly misses the sideline, or are they overturning it here?
No, Bonilla did challenge. Hunter Iona said no, it was out. It did appear to be out from our view as well. 18-13. There again, there it was again. Yeah, you saw the ball I'm talking about, Tim. It's that high forehand cross that Bonilla could attack, letting it drop.
Yeah, he's showing curling down the alley, but then he pushes out and opens up that left hand, and it's really tricky to read, and he's a master of that disguise. He fires it off really quick.
14-18. Meet in the middle, and that's because No picked the perfect spot. 19-14 for Houston, trying to even up this second semifinal. Mixed doubles matchups not yet revealed, not chosen until after the conclusion of gender doubles. That time Pogash gets the best of the hands battle.
And a good leave at the end there. It's really hard to let a forehand ball go that's shoulder high like that, but he had the discipline to let it go and get the point.
15-19.
Early attempt, not
Gotta
there.
Get back. Bonilla gave him time to get back. And that is a rare miscue from Bonilla. 16-19.
See if Gomez can find this backhand speed up again. Every time he's pulled it out, it's worked for this Baylor side, but hasn't had an opportunity here in the last few rallies.
And Gomez, a little short. 2016, Houston game point for the first time. And this is Carlos's house, and you know he's carrying a lot of pride in playing here this weekend.
He's been fired up all day. He wants this bad, you can tell.
And he's got this one.
And he gets it.
And Bonilla gets men's doubles along with James No for Houston, and we're even at a game apiece in our second semifinal. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the mixed doubles lineups. Houston and Baylor toe-to-toe in spring.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Looking at our match summary, Baylor and Houston. Baylor in a nip and tuck affair, able to prevail in women's doubles. Basham and Laywell win 22-20, but Houston behind Bonilla and No win 21-16 in men's doubles. Baylor picked first for mixed doubles. Houston responded, and what Baylor chose first was Peyton Pogash along with Landry Laywell coming out. The response from Houston is no and no. Ahn and James, no relation between the two. And then in the second match, it'll be Basham and Gomez for Baylor against Bonilla and Ka. We'll see what DUPR thinks here of the matchups in just a second, but this does not surprise me here as Baylor puts out Pogash and Laywell, a 96% chance to win over No and No, and that is primarily due to the lower DUPR of No, who has told us she doesn't play competitively all that much, has certainly played better, I think, than what her DUPR score would represent. But what I mentioned earlier, any matchup that involves Carlos Bonilla, you've got more than a fighting chance for Houston. I think this is the stronger mixed doubles team for Baylor first and the stronger mixed doubles team second for Houston. And what does that smell like, Tim? Dreambreaker.
Yeah, we could get a dream breaker here. There may be a split here as well. I feel like this Houston mixed pairing has a good opportunity to take a quick 2-1 lead if they can. Should be a challenge though as they face off against Peyton Pogash and Landry Laywell.
So mixed doubles one again, No and No, Ahn and James for Houston. It's the heavily favored Pogash and Laywell for Baylor.
Curious to see how Peyton Pogash, how his skill translates to mixed doubles. Watching him in men's doubles, I really thought Gabe Gomez was more of the aggressive player as he took a lot of forehand counters over the middle of the court. He played right side in that men's doubles match. See how he plays left side, presumably here with Landry Laywell, and how they mesh. Looking for him to be a little more aggressive here in this mixed doubles pairing than he was in that men's doubles match.
And it's always interesting to see how that will transfer from that right side to the left side. There are many players who are excellent at playing both sides. There are some that are specialists to either side. That's why mixed doubles always becomes so intriguing, particularly in this rally scoring format where you generally take stacking and all of that out of play and you just play a given side.
I feel like there tend to be more drives too, obviously directed at the ladies. And a lot of momentum can be built really fast in mixed doubles, just built off that aggressive kind of drive and crash style that mixed doubles tends to bring.
Well, that's something to keep an eye on too, because James No has an elite drive. Laywell, the collegiate tennis background, but she'll probably be tested in terms of her volley ability, block ability off that drive.
I would say the same for On-No, but we haven't really seen that drive from Peyton Pogash yet. Perhaps he has in the bag, but see if he can show it off in this match if it's there. Regardless, important game for either team as this series is split 1-1 now. Definitely looking to take a lead as you enter game 4.
See all of our wonderful partners at the bottom of your screen. Rally Republic, Yola, Delaware Life, title sponsor of DUPR, Head Pickleball, No Apologies, Nutrition, and Gamma, supplying the Gamma Chuck tournament ball. On gets us started, and and James No attempting a drop rather than a drive on his first third.
I was about to say that was unexpected, and probably be best to stick to his strengths here, is that aggressive drive.
And there you see the translation. The hands don't diminish regardless of left or right for Pogash. You got to have quick hands to be an elite Wii bowler, by the way. Which I wouldn't have called myself elite, but I was proficient back in the day. I didn't know Wii was still a thing, to be honest with you. Thought we'd advanced beyond that in the gaming world.
Yeah, I haven't played Wii bowling in
yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time, so I'm a bit rusty with that. So
last time I remember playing it was with my grandmother, and she was actually quite good at it. Oh, no, love that from On-No. Got James that high ball. He just didn't quite get the lift he was looking for.
yeah, she set that up real well. He's going to want that back. Just sprays off the end of the paddle, out of bounds.
Yeah, but he doubles it up with a fine, tight roll on that volley. 2-3. I like the way that On-No has played, certainly today, but already in this match.
I feel like she's really picked it up here in the semis compared to her performance in the quarterfinals. She's settled in and she's playing really well, playing with a lot of power, especially on her forehand.
And again, it's kind of the equivalent again of playing with house money for Houston. Don't tell that to Carlos Bonilla, perhaps, but nearly caught the corner to
Close
James
call
No.
there.
Got to get that drive though a little bit tighter. Got to get it on the body of Laywell.
Yeah, it was money in men's doubles. Struggling to find it in the beginning here in this mixed doubles match. He's going to need it if they're going to have success.
Great read on No. The reason I say that, a lot of times they'll have opportunities to rip the alley winner, and that's the sexy shot, of course. The more effective drive, Tim, particularly at this level, is at the body. There it is, right there.
Yeah, if you can find the middle of the court, maybe cause some confusion, or like you said, at the body, the pop-up backhands, that's been the most success. Every now and then you can go for the alley winner, but that should not be your default priority as you place that drive, looking for the pop-up. As Landry places another shot that kind of jams up On-No right in the torso. Baylor gets a couple points in a row here.
Oh, love that shot from James No.
Never gives the opponent an opportunity to get a paddle on that ball. The angle is just too severe.
6-5 for Houston. Oh, it almost rolled that down, but
Another great setup from On-No there. That the roll drop was perfect. Had an opportunity for James No, just misses the forehand counter.
yeah,
Baylor
that
gets
roll
away
drop,
from
when it's not elevated like that from On-No, there's really no option except elevating your volley. Oh, and Pogash slumps the shoulders, international sign of great shot, I guess.
Yeah, there's no chance there. It's unfortunate for Baylor there. Houston gets the point and the serve. Love the enthusiasm from Landry Laywell. She's jumping around. She's having a whale of a time out here.
Literally hops with excitement. Yeah. You don't have to apologize the first time, but the second time you have to apologize. That's two of those for James No, and he's laughing. Peyton's laughing too, but not on the inside.
See how Baylor responds to that. That's always frustrating, especially I've encountered that myself. Sometimes just you can't control the point, it just kisses off the net tape. See if they can overcome it. Good counter there by Peyton.
8 apiece. Laywell finds the alley. You could see Onno pulled back there thinking James was going to come over and cut it off.
And that pumped up Landry Laywell. She loves hitting those winners, especially off the drive. She goes for another one. She's starting to find it now too. Peyton misses the dink volley though. She gets a side out. Early serve there from James No. Making contact before Hunter
And
called the score.
You can see Peyton Pogash asking Hunter Iono about that. 10-9 for Houston. Big rip goes wanting from James No, 10 apiece. Someone just took out their frustrations on a trash can. Don't worry, all is well.
Nothing new in pickleball.
Baylor will take an 11-10 lead to the change of sides. 11-10 Baylor over Houston in mixed doubles. We're square at a game apiece. High drama in our second semifinal from Palo Pickleball in Spring, Texas. Right back with mixed doubles, game 1.
Texans had a good win.
11-10 for Baylor. As we bring you back to Palo Pickleball, John Laser, Tim Cass. You see Gabe Gomez, the male partner of Peyton Pogash, adding a little bit of advice prior to the resumption of our first mixed doubles game. Hotly contested thus far in our second semifinal. Again, winner on to face Texas A&M. Houston dispatched UTSA in quarterfinal play earlier today. Meanwhile, Baylor 1 took out Baylor 2, 3-1. 11-10 off the serve of Pogash. Excellent return from No, but better roll drop from Pogash.
He does it right off the baseline too. That was a tricky one, but lands it right in the kitchen. Great shot from the deep part of the court. It's gonna land in.
Nice poise from James No there. That ball didn't come down where he initially thought it was going to.
That backspin on the ball is all over the place on both sides of the net there.
Got the puppies organized, as Bill Raftery would say. Pogash a little out of position.
All his overheads point at David No there. David No is able to play defense. Peyton Pogash had time to fire that shot. Probably more center court, more to the left, but he opted to go wide. David No able to defend and eventually earn the point. Great point for Houston.
13-12, back to the serve of Pogash. And it will be Bonilla and Ka against Gomez and Basham. Our second mixed doubles game.
Burt.
And it paid off, not the way maybe he anticipated it.
His timing was a little bit off. By the time he got paddled the ball, he just had to kind of tap it over the net. He couldn't put much power on it, but was able to force the air on the other side.
13-all. They're just getting a little over-coiled at times on that drive.
Yeah, it hasn't been as sharp this match, and Houston, with the game this closed, if you can find that drop shot, perhaps it's a difference for them in this game, but Baylor's still hanging on here for a slim margin.
Widening it by a point, 15-13. Now the placement over the pace on that James No drive, that's what's critical right now.
he's overcorrected a couple times too. He's had some hit the net, some past the baseline. Just got to find that sweet middle.
Yep, that was wide. Attempted reset from Pogash, 14-15. And we had 22-20 in women's doubles. Oh no, no, can't believe it.
Can't afford that service error late in the game. This Baylor team, I think they got to find a way to get on Noah a few more touches here. I think they're letting James Noah get a little too involved here. Good drive at her there.
And James Noah still finds a way to get involved. 15-16. Got to be a reset there.
Peyton Pogash made the adjustment there on those high overheads of the middle. He's been pushing it wide. That time he pulls it to on no and is able to earn the point that time. Good adjustment there from Peyton Pogash.
Oh,
the angle there.
Wicked angle, and the ball is lodged over here under the feet of Cam Meeks.
Love that shot there.
And get it out of the nest. We wave hello.
She's really able to knife the side edge of that ball, really cut it to the side court. Impossible to defend.
Yeah, a little high to the middle, and Pogash knew precisely what to do with that.
Great step, great finish, but how about that roll dink from Landry Laywell? She sets it up very well. Tight dink over the net, forces a pop up there.
18-16, Landry Laywell, that collegiate tennis background. If we were to get to a dream breaker, that's when that starts factoring in. Oh, on no hit. 3 beautiful shots in that point and still lost the point.
Yeah, Baylor's just, they're not going away here. Despite the good shots there, they're able to collect, force a timeout, and Landry Laywell's pumped. She's ready to finish this out.
Almost punched through one of our monitors, though. Easy, Landry. 19-16 for the Baylor Bears. We'll keep it here at Pala Pickleball. Festive environment here. Certainly for the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. We got NFL football behind us over at the Pelican Bar. Tim and I are wearing Pelican polos. This is all that you could want in a pickleball environment today, and our privilege to be with you. Thanks to DUPR Collegiate for making that possible, and thanks to all of the proud partners of DUPR, including Delaware Life, the title sponsor of DUPR. DUPR Collegiate Pickleball powered by Yola Head, the official paddle and footwear of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. Playing that Gamma Chuck tournament ball, the official ball of DUPR Collegiate. The Ernie, the official pickleball machine. No Apologies, the official hydration sponsor. C&D Nets, the official nets. And Rally Republic, the official licensed college logo paddles. All of DUPR Collegiate Pickleball. 19-16 for Baylor. Out of the call timeout for Houston. James coming even a little further across. And forced that wide. Sometimes you try to pinch and you take a side out of the court, Tim. It lessens your margin for error.
I would have liked to see Landry Laywell paint the sideline there on James Noah's side. He was very aggressive, coming up all the way on his partner's side. Shallow drop there, though.
Trying to change the pace was no, couldn't do it, and it's game point for the Baylor Bears. Again, that hopping happiness from Landry Laywell. She converts game point. She might jump out of the building. Oh. Beautiful reset. Oh, right
wow.
there in the breadbasket.
As James Noah with an expression of his own, what a get. He's sliding off his outside foot and sprays that backhand back to the middle. And Peyton Pogash puts it in the net. Houston still alive here in game 3.
That score freeze will hold everything. 20-18, back to the serve of Landry Laywell. Pride of Thorndale, Texas. No, that wanders wide, and that will do it. And she just cannot contain the hopping in Landry Laywell. And why would she? Exuberance, the ingredient of the day. 21-18, the Baylor Bears take mixed 1, mixed 2 on the way. Is it the Bears and the Aggies in the final, or is a dream breaker on the horizon? John Laser, Tim Cass, along with you, looking at our match summary from Baylor versus Houston in our second semifinal. Baylor claims women's doubles 22-20. Bonilla and No for Houston win men's doubles 21-16. And what you just witnessed, Laywell and Pogash, again a 96% predicted favorite, win in mixed doubles 21-18. And now we go to mixed doubles match 2. And once again, DUPR heavily favors the tandem from Baylor. Bella Basham, Gabe Gomez combined 4.381 DUPR. Carlos Bonilla, Natalie Ka given 16% chance at 3.962. But again, that's slanted on a much lower DUPR for Natalie Ka than I think is the level she has played to. I mentioned it earlier. Put Bonilla on the court. He's always got a chance, Tim. And now it's a must-have for the Cougars.
Yeah, the Cougars their backs against the wall here. They're down 2-1. Landry Laywell is showing her high-intensity pickleball here in that last game, but Carlos Bonilla can bring the noise too. He's going to be super vocal. He's going to be super ready to go. They're going to want this bad and send this to a dream breaker. As for the Baylor Bears, you got Gabe Gomez and Bella Basham. They're going to look to close this out, see if they can wrap it up in 4 games.
Let's look at this matchup a little bit more. Saw Basham playing the right side in women's doubles, so that is her usual side. Meanwhile, the same is true for Natalie Ka. Then with the lefty, take that out of play, the lefty being Carlos Bonilla. Gabe Gomez, I don't think we saw Gabe's best pickleball in men's doubles, Tim. And that's not a slight, I'm just saying I think there's more there, and I think it's going to need to find it here against Bonilla.
Yeah, I think we saw flashes of it. We did see a very quick forehand counter that some worked and some did not in men's doubles. It's clearly there. You just got to tune it in, get them to land in the court. As for Bella Basham, she was also a little rusty in that women's doubles match, even though they were pull out their match to lead us off here. She got toned down those cross-court dinks in the forehand roll. But this match is going to be interesting because now we have the ladies playing directly across from each other and the men playing directly across from each other, as Carlos Bonilla is the lefty on this court, as he'll be playing the right side. So curious to see how these players mix up the dinking patterns, how they move the opponent around. Should be a good matchup here for the Baylor Bears and the Houston Cougars.
Again, a Baylor victory here in this second mixed game. They're on to the finals to take on Texas A&M. Boy, what a scene that would be here inside Pala Pickleball. Houston's got a big cheering section. Baylor's got a massive one. And a quick gimme point for Houston off the Bonilla serve. And we've seen that a number of times, particularly in the quarterfinal match.
Yeah, Dream Breaker will be wild here in this match, John. Both these teams have been bringing it today.
No tape help, and that slipped it onto the shoe top of Bonilla, one apiece.
But these squads on the bench are going to be cheering each other on with that high intensity, high emotion. Love this atmosphere in collegiate pickleball.
2-1. There's the southpaw Bonilla. Oh, Basham in self-preservation fashion, the clean winner.
She swipes that drive away. It was a little bit of an attitude there. She's like, how dare you set that drive to me? She was ready for it.
That won't be the last one, I have a feeling. Bonilla got a little bit too wide there. 3-2 for Baylor. 4-2 for Baylor.
Yeah, just a little sloppy with Houston right now. They got to clean it up and clean it up fast. They cannot afford a big deficit here in Game 4 with their backs against the wall. They get a gift back themselves.
Yeah, Gomez has struggled with that forehand drop a bit.
Good reach.
Call that the double scorpion with the open hand finish.
That's the style that Houston has to play. Bonilla has to be explosive. He has to be everywhere. Great play there. He earns the point, and a big rise in emotion there as they get another serve.
Great shot from Khan. Needs to a body blow from Bonilla. 5-4 for Houston, Ka and Bonilla. Tried for a little too much. 5 apiece. Excellent spot. Shot doesn't look like a whole lot, but just impossible for Basham to choose whether to take it out of the air or not.
Yeah, neither option's a good option there. That's just due to the good placement from Carlos.
That's going to go long, 7-5. Deep return. Bonilla trying to tilt for the drive at Basham.
Good athleticism to get a pad on that ball. Just not able to pull it back all the way. As Carlos Bonilla closes off the corner of the court there.
Yeah, you can tell that Bonilla is an instructor here to make sure everything's in order with the facility. And that slipped a little long from Bonilla, shaking his head to himself.
Yeah.
7-8.
Lob from no man's land. I think that's ill-advised from Carlos there.
That is not.
There's that big left hand. He's got to lean into that, trust that forehand, step over, use that athletic build to really get over and smack the ball across the court.
Oh, and it's Carlos Bonilla to a 10-7 lead.
Goes for the drive from the midcourt, and those are so difficult. It's very easy to spray that ball past the baseline. He has enough curl in that shot to really jam up the opponent, still force that pop-up and eventually the put away. Great drive to set that up. As Basham pushes another volley here, Houston on another rush.
Change ends, 11-7. Timeout from Palo Pickleball. Houston needs it to force a dream breaker. Baylor trying to make their way into the finals. Texas A&M waits in the wings. (11-7) for the Houston Cougars, trying to force what would be the first dream breaker we've had today. And that lob again long from Bonilla. Hasn't been able to dial that lob in thus far.
We didn't really see it in men's doubles. He's pulling out a lot in mixed doubles, and maybe time to ditch it. I'm not sure if this is the right shot selection for Bonilla right now.
You can see he's taking over the whole court right now. Ka literally standing out of play there for a moment. Oh,
wow.
Gabe Gomez uses the tape in his defense. And the prosecution has nothing more to offer.
And that's his game there. He's athletic from the baseline. None of these overheads from Carlos Bonilla are doing enough to inflict Gabe Gomez. He finally gets that drop shot to land and just gets off the net tape there. Great defense.
And sometimes when you're being pushed to the side, the ball finds you and you just try to do too much. 10-11. Turnabout fair play, says Bonilla with no apology.
Look at Gabe Gomez in that effort there. Diving across as he slaps the court. He almost had that ball. I got a paddle on it. Overdue for Houston though, as they got a net tape go against him the previous point.
12-10. Oh. Big topspin drive there. He took a little of the velocity off, and it fooled Basham.
And the big yell, he yells back to his fellow teammates there. Perhaps that's enough to get this Houston team going.
Not just the teammates. I see a number of the members here at Palo who, of course, maybe take instruction from Carlos or play games with him and against him, cheering for him as well. 13-10 off the serve of Natalie Kopp. And that found the sideline from Kopp.
As Bonilla tries to pump her up, she's just happy to get that shot in. She's having a fun time out here.
14-10. Hunter Iono stepping in secondarily. Heavy topspin serve, short return. Got it back on Basham, and that's long. 15-10. This is the Carlos Bonilla show right now.
Yeah, the Baylor team just can't find Natalie Kopp anywhere to be found. Carlos Bonilla is everywhere. He's causing all sorts of trouble for this Baylor team.
Yep, and it continues.
I think a timeout's overdue for Baylor here. There's just too much heat coming from the other side right now. As they do, they call a timeout.
And timeout taken by Gabe Gomez and the Baylor Bears, trailing in this game 16-10, but leading in the overall match 2-1. And it's to this point, Tim, what we expressed coming out with these lineups. We felt like Baylor had their stronger mixed team out first. They might not agree with that, but the way that we saw it. Meanwhile, Houston saved their stronger mixed team for second. And again, long way to go here in this second mixed game, but a dream breaker would really be something between these two teams, because you've got Landry Laywell with the long tennis background. I'm not sure which side, honestly, that would favor.
Yeah, I'm curious how these teams will match up if there is a dream breaker. We still have a long ways to go. Houston's got a 6-point lead right now. But if it does come to a dream breaker, look for these two teams to really optimize their matchups as they try to close out this series that may end up going to that fifth and final singles dream breaker game.
16-10. A little too much that time from Bonilla. He lost his footing, and Natalie reminding him that she does in fact have a paddle, can use it when necessary.
Hey, can't fault him there. That's really the first time going too far has bitten in the butt there. He's been able to win points every other time.
Couple for Baylor, not at a timeout, 12-16.
Good timeout for them. They're down 6 points, get a couple back, perhaps slant the momentum back their way.
Gomez needed to do more with that shot.
Yeah, he went cross court again, and Bonilla was all the way on the left side, on his partner's side. They got to find a way to find Bonilla's backhand down the line. Not with a lot of pace, just to place it there. Sometimes he has to reach low with the backhand.
Did it there with the serve return, keeps Bonilla back momentarily. Bonilla just itching to get involved. There's the one he can do it on.
Big forehand coming from the right side. It's kind of the most lethal forehand on this roster right now.
18-12. Yeah.
I love this
equalizer from Gomez.
I love this scoop drag that Carlos Bonilla has on his drive. He drives that paddle so low, almost like he's scraping off the ground. A big hook, and it just forces so much topspin curl on his drives. It's a pretty shot.
14-18.
Finds the net tape on that one, just not enough.
Bella Basham. Yep.
Gomez has to keep Carlos Bonilla honest. They keep going to the forehand side and go over the middle, trying to find Natalie Kopp here, but it's just not enough. They have to keep Carlos Bonilla out of the middle of the court more.
Yeah, and it's so deceptive with that drag, like you say. It comes high, and that's your eye telling you it's going to be deep, and then it falls in pretty easily.
There's a vicious amount of topspin on his drive. It's coming at your face, and it just dives down. Really hard to defend.
Yeah, that'll do it, Carlos Bonilla. And Natalie Kah will send us to a dream breaker as Houston responds in our second mixed game, 21-14. Don't go anywhere. Dream breaker, first of the day, determines who's on to face the Aggies.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Match summary will indicate to you that we have reached a dream breaker. Women's doubles goes to Baylor 22-20. Men's doubles goes to Houston 21-16. Laywell and Pogash win mixed doubles 1 for Baylor 21-18. Bania and Kah respond in mixed doubles 2 21-14. And now we have the lineup set for the dream breaker. Stack it up this way for Houston. Carlos Bania followed by James No. First two out for Baylor will be Peyton Pogash and Gabe Gomez. Then the female players will follow. The women up next on No will be third for Houston, followed by Natalie Kah, who will serve as the anchor. Other side for Baylor, Bella Basham, then Landry Laywell, the anchor with that tennis background. As you just said, Tim, off air, in a dream breaker, it can go either way. I don't see any lopsided matchups here in this lineup in terms of the strong singles or tennis background. But when you look at the individual skills of Bania and also James No, just watching them play doubles and their court coverage and their movement, you almost like the Houston Cougars, the underdog here as the 4 seed.
I do like the men's side a lot for this Houston team. They both have really good drives, a lot of topspin curl, good footwork. They're moving well, but Baylor, they can respond well with that as well. Gabe Gomez has a good drive himself, a lot of good forehand counters. Whether it will be enough to win some singles points, we'll see. Should be a good matchup here.
We're just about to get started in that Dream Breaker. Again, the winner to face Texas A&M. Regardless of the outcome of the Dream Breaker, the winning team will be afforded as much time as they need to recuperate physically to take on the Aggies, who have been spectators, as have hundreds been, for this second semifinal. We've got roars emanating throughout Palo Pickleball from our challenger bracket as well. This has just been an extraordinarily fun day. Our pleasure to bring it to you from Performance Productions, as we will till we crown a champion here in Spring, Texas. John Laser, Tim Cass, the voices that you're hearing. Cam Meeks, the one you're not, but certainly the most impactful member of our traveling broadcast team, the executive producer of Performance Productions. One more to go on our tour of the country, from Port St. Lucie to Virginia Beach to Henderson, Nevada, here to Spring, Texas, and we'll close it out in Glendale, Arizona, as we'll finalize the field for the DUPR Collegiate Nationals to be contested November 1st through the 3rd in Dallas, Texas. Well, Timmy, we hadn't had a ton of drama. We had some in-game, individual game drama, but not match drama up until this point. The fans wanted it, and they've got it.
Should be a good matchup here. We always love Dream Breakers in this DUPR Collegiate setup. Baylor and Houston, they've had high emotion. They both want this really bad in the 1v4 matchup in the semis. Who's going to face the A&M Aggies? We'll find out next.
We're looking at some of the singles dupers for these players. James No, just shy of a 5.0 duper in singles at 4.977. So be aware of that fact. Look at the Baylor dupers. Meanwhile, the men, Pogash at 3.952, Gomez 3.50, Laywell a 4.0, Basham 3.750. Carlos Bonilla for Houston a 4.0. On No and Natalie Ka don't play a lot of singles, so at least competitively, and On No told us as much earlier today. Hunter Iono going through the rules for spectators, and that is a factor. You see some youngsters taking in the action on the Houston side, and Carlos Bonilla saying, hey, you gotta be back behind this perimeter. Well, the home crowd definitely on the side of the Cougars, not just because we're close in proximity to Houston, but because of the man you see at the top of your screen, Carlos Bonilla. You can tell he's a well-liked individual here at Palo Pickleball.
He's been bringing the high-intensity, emotional energy. He's going to want to lead his team with a good start here for the Houston Cougars. See how Peyton Pogash responds.
And unfortunately for Pogash, he responds with a backhand volley that drifts wide. 1-0 for Houston. And Baylor, the top seed, coming out of pool play yesterday. Yeah, excellent response from Pogash. 1-0.
If he's able to find the backhand of Carlos Bonilla here, curious to see how often he finds the left side of the court and forces Bonilla to hit a backhand from the baseline rather than that heavy left-hand forehand.
Oh, slippery shot by Bonilla, 2-1.
Love that left hand so much. He can curl it either way. He can push it. He can really trick with his location.
2-all. Pogash will take the split.
Yeah, I would say that's a win for Baylor. The split there with Carlos Bonilla, 2-2. They'll take that.
Here comes James No, the highest duper in singles of any of these players. Will tangle with Gabe Gomez. And No at the net the whole time, running Gomez around, and eventually earns the point.
I love this matchup here between James No and Gabe Gomez. I think these two players could probably cover the most ground as far as athletic ability, footwork-wise. They both have incredible ground strokes. This should be the most interesting singles matchup, I believe, one I'm most curious about.
Misfire on the drive from No. He's attempting the pass, and it's 3 apiece. And the female players will follow. On No, Natalie Ka, Bella Basham, Landry Laywell. Again, running them around to the desired outcome.
All-star with an amazing return, John. He paints that in the back corner right towards the backhand. Then from there, he was just toying with Gabe Gomez at that point, chased him on either side of the court. Great setup on the return.
4-3. Early going in this Dream Breaker. That did not spin down for all.
The guys
split both the first 2 passes. Now Bella Basham. And on No. Basham for Baylor. On No for Houston. First point for No. Bella Basham, a varsity tennis player, all 4 years in high school. But No to the driver's seat on that point. 6-4 lead for Houston.
Good backhand finish. She's able to pull it across to Bella's backhand. She finds a winner, up 6-4 now.
7-4 now.
In this Dream Breaker, there's no room for error. Got to keep the returns in play. Good serve there to find the backhand. One more in this matchup.
Basham staying back to her detriment. It's a clean sweep for On No, and Houston has the 8-4 lead. No with the high wattage smile and a high five from Carlos Bonilla. 8-4 off the serve of Natalie Ka. 9-4, that was long on the return. Did she call it?
She hesitated to point the finger. She did point the finger, but she never vocalized it, John. She never had the call. She never said it out loud. It was indeed out, but just didn't make the call. Mistake there for Natalie.
And we saw that passivity a couple of times earlier today. That was clearly an out ball. As is that one. No call necessary.
Yep.
Nine 5 for Houston. Laywell played collegiate tennis. Showcases her return volley game. 6-9. About to tilt back to the men after this point.
She finds the corner off the backhand. Great placement. All set up with a little inside out. She opens up the forehand to push. Now they call all the way back to the base on the left side. Great constructed point there in singles by Landry.
7-9. And Bonilla with the lethal pass
That
down
shot
the
was
alley.
absolutely disgusting, John. Big right foot step, curls that left-hand forehand down the line. He finds it. What a shot.
But follows it up with a less desirable shot. 8-10. Pogash and Bonilla split the first time through. Pogash does not have the tennis background, but Bonilla flares the return. 9-10.
Peyton Pogash really needs to find Carlos Bonilla's backhand. I think he's really identified that weakness. See if he can expose it here on this next point.
May have been out. Bonilla didn't want to find out, and Pogash takes 3 of 4. We're square at 10 as James No comes back out for Houston. It's Gabe Gomez with the serve for Baylor, and Baylor will have the lead at the side change. 11-10. You can see both these teams are riding the adrenaline of the situation. Players are just catapulting out there when it's their turn to compete.
Gabe Gomez he was ready to serve the next ball. He forgot about the end change. As Baylor surges back after being down 10-6, they get 5 unanswered, John. Great response here from the Baylor Bears.
Indeed it was. Yeah, they almost had to rip the ball out of Gomez's hand there. He was about to fire the serve. Baylor Bears trying to advance to take on the Texas A&M Aggies, as are the Houston Cougars, of course. Gomez has the soccer background. Neither of the male players for Baylor have that tennis background. I'm sure they've played a little tennis, just not competitive resume. Meanwhile, James No, not surprisingly, 8 years of competitive tennis. And No needs to find it right here for Houston, you get the feeling. Good read, 11-all.
Look for a big serve here from James No. I think he's going to rifle this ball.
Yeah, great spot. Gomez apologizes for the shot prior off the tape. No had to guess cross, went behind him, 12-11. Yeah, No did not get the angle on that finesse shot he wanted, and Gomez takes 3 of 4 to a 13-11 lead.
He didn't hit that backhand slice shallow enough either. He allowed him to come up to the net, hit that winner, and you just can't afford those drop volleys if you give your opponent a chance to come up.
13-11 for Baylor. Bella Basham, the serve for the Bears. But No with the swat. And it's on No with the let's go exclamation.
She's won all 5 of her points so far, John. She won 4-0 against Bella Basham the first time around. She's off to a good start here. Great performance on her side so far to represent her team.
And a little loose, did No with that. That was going to go long, but Basham took a swipe at it. 6-0 for On No, 13-all in our Dream Breaker. No, that's just brilliant from On No there.
She's painting the court beautifully, John. She approaches the backhand, paints it right down the line. The serves are pushing Bella Basham way back. It's just clinical singles play by On No right now.
14-13. No did play high school tennis, and she's got all 8 of her points thus far.
Putting the team on her back, John. Going 8-0.
Teeter-totter bends back the other way, 15-13. Andrea Laywell, the most accomplished tennis player of the female quartet, took 3 of 4 the first time. And that's long, and Ka, you could see some anger flash on her face. Not because that wasn't out, it was, but because she hit it out.
Yeah, close call, but it was just out. She misses that return. Can't afford those.
And misses that return too, and right now Ka needs to get herself poised. She's calling for a timeout, and I love that timeout right there at 15-all. I think Carlos Bonilla actually called it. He could see the smoke coming out of Natalie Ka's ears, and he said, we need to center ourselves. We need to get one of these next 2 points here before it comes back to the top of the lineup for Carlos Bonilla and James No.
What a match this has been, John. 2-2 in the first 4 games. Now we're 15-15 late in the Dream Breaker. Gotta love this atmosphere. Gotta love the emotion of both these teams. They want it so bad, and they see who will face off against A&M. We still got a ways to go here.
And this has been an incredible match. Back and forth again. See Carlos Bonilla pacing the sideline there. He's up next for Houston against Pogash, but 2 potentially critical points prior to that. 15-all. Laywell the serve. And that was wide, and Ka emphatically calls it out. Laywell smacks her leg with the paddle.
I was worried Natalie Ka wasn't going to call that ball out either, but she's able to adjust and make the call, but misses the serve. That's a lethal mistake.
That's okay. Get past Natalie Ka there. You can see mentally just struggling within herself a bit. 16-all, back to the top of the rack. Oh.
They call a foot fault.
Yep. And Peyton Pogash called it out. Hunter Iono, our head ref, saw it too. Negates the tape shot. 17-16 for Baylor. Oh, Pogash.
Wow.
Down the alley to 18-16.
That's the first time he's been able to beat Carlos Bonilla on the forehand side. He's been able to find success in the backhand, and now finding on the forehand side. That's a good sign for Baylor.
Oh, what a shot by Pogash.
Pogash coming up clutch for his team late. That is disgusting. Look at that backhand roll. He curls it all the way across the court. Amazing shot.
19-16, Pogash taking matters into his own hands here. But Bonilla salvages one to keep Houston's hopes alive, 17-19. Bonilla now a pep talk for James No. No dropped 3 of 4 the last time through. Split the first time with Gomez. A split this time. Baylor's on to the championship round.
Got to win at least 3 here to keep his team alive.
There's one that Baylor needed. 2017. Landry Laywell off in the top right corner of your screen, just hopping. 20-17.
Match point.
There it is. Wow. The Baylor Bears withstanding the Houston Cougars. Hop away, Landry. You're into the final.
What a comeback, too. They were down early in this match. They crawl back. And despite a really good performance from Natalie Kaw and on the single side, Baylor overcomes that. Great team spirit. Love to see these teams play.
Needed the dream breaker to get there, did the top seed, but they're on to take on the Texas A&M Aggies. 1 versus 3. Texas A&M swept their way through Drury. Baylor needed the whole set to take out Houston. Baylor, Texas A&M coming your way in about 15 minutes. We're back to Pala Pickleball at that time, and we'll have all the action in our final match as we crown a champion in Texas.
What's your duper?
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Time for the finals of the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Top-seeded Baylor takes on the 3-seed Texas A&M women's doubles. Up first, and for A&M, Emmy Marquez, Mallory Frankie. They meet Landry Laywell and Bella Basham. Baylor just surviving a dramatic dream breaker against the Houston Cougars. You see the rosters for both teams there. Men's doubles to follow. Kratz and Goodman for A&M against Gomez and Pogash for Baylor. And Frankie out of the timeout comes out swinging. 1-0 A&M lead.
So after a marathon of an event, that last match, A&M's been patiently waiting for a while. They may be a little bit rusty. Baylor's coming off the high emotional win. See which team adjusts and kind of resets for this final match.
And Frankie again aggressively driving. DUPR gives Baylor a much higher percentage chance to win this women's doubles matchup. And Frankie couldn't believe she sent that wide. 94% in fact is the percentage chance given by DUPR to Baylor in this first game. But Marquez, wicked spin both directions. And Emmy was certainly, I felt, the strongest player in the women's doubles match the previous round.
Her backhand's really unique, John. She's got a lot of backspin slice on her one-hand volley. But at the same time, when she goes for that two-hand backhand put away off the shoulder, she's very powerful with that as well. So it's a different ball when it comes off her paddle. I think it's some players having a tough time reading it.
3-2 for Baylor off the finish from Basham.
There it is again.
It confounded Basham that time. 3-all. Back to the serve of Mallory Frankie. And a ball interrupts play from an adjacent court.
Crazy drive by Marquez, though. Like, that drive was hit above Bella's head, but there was so much toss from that ball. That ball was going to land in as well. Good choice to put a ball on it, but ball interrupted play there. So try again. There's that backspin from Marquez again.
And that was good. Frankie.
She points down at the ground, reminding them it was indeed in.
Yeah, and Landry Laywell had made the call for Baylor. Basham wasn't so sure for the Bears.
It was a close call, but I do think it was in.
Now miscommunication from the Baylor tandem. Basham hopped back out of the way, but too late for Laywell to make a play on the ball. 5-3 now for Texas A&M.
Can't afford those, John. That's just miscommunication. Those are free points.
Great shot, Frankie. Slipped it in on the feet of Basham.
Frankie really flipping the script here. It's really been the theme their past semifinal matchup that her feet have been kind of jammed up with the ball. In this case, it's really the Baylor ladies getting jammed up in the feet on the dinking rallies.
Nothing jammed up at all there for Mal. 7-3 as the Aggies open up the early lead in women's doubles. Top of the paddle for Frankie.
Backspin off the forehand now from Marquez. Just putting this Baylor team in a stir right now. That ball just skips off the ground and makes contact with the ground, sprays up forward and accelerates. It's very difficult to read. And she has a lot of control of that ball as she brushed the underside of that ball.
And there's another freebie, 9-4. Back to back, in fact, 10-4.
Yeah, A&M's just more consistent right now. That's the difference. They're starting to build up a little lead here. Baylor's got to recollect here right now if they're going to have a chance.
That was a phenomenal shot by Basham. That was kind of synchronized pickleball right there.
They both
players went up for it.
Still no call on the communication side, but doesn't cost them that time. But there's the side switch.
Laywell just furious with herself after she tapes that attempted drive. So A&M off to the strong start, 11-5. They lead at the changeover women's doubles, starting off our finals match between Baylor and Texas A&M. (11-5). Texas A&M holds the early lead in women's doubles. Now Frankie with the serve for the Aggies. And Laywell the put away for the Bears.
Little side switch, perhaps a little momentum change for the Baylor side. Heavy forehand from Laywell there. Maybe that's enough to spur something on for this Baylor team.
That was going to be out, and Marquez tried to pull back the last moment.
Frankie knew it too. She called it for her partner, but the call perhaps was a little too late. Those are tough to leave, John. That was right at the shoulder.
And sometimes when your partner calls it late, you'd rather they not call it at all because adds hesitance to your shot.
That's what caused the missed error, right? She kind of pulled back halfway and then forced the error.
3 quickies for Baylor. Nope, no call necessary there as Laywell lunged in. You could see that Basham was going to play that, try to reset the ball, which was the proper play.
Yeah, that's just trying to do too much. Her team's down. She's sensing she needs to get something done. Oversteps, but breaks side out and they get it right back. Only a 3-point gap here between these two teams. Somehow feels more favored A&M's way just with the level of play here. But Baylor's still within striking range.
Oh, that was a sneaky shot by Emmy Marquez.
That was just a beautiful shot. Paints the line. Precise shot right down the sideline. I love those placements.
You can just see the competitor that lies within Laywell, by the way, Landry. Happy emotion or frustration. Just looks like she wants to jump out of her own skin.
She's always on fire, just like she is there. She's always ready to cheer on her team and amp up her teammates.
10-13 off the Basham winner through the middle.
Not many players bring that kind of energy, John, so every good team's gonna have one of those.
Nope, thought the point was over, and in fact it was. Marquez had already turned around.
That might have been a disaster if that ball managed to land in. Fortunately for her, it did go just wide. Play the point out, though.
14-10. Thought she was going to come cross court, and so did the Aggies. Laywell near court put away, 11-14.
Now it's A&M with the unforced errors. I think Baylor's starting to find their confidence. They got their teammates right behind their back.
Playing it into that close range game with Frankie. That was successful previous round as well.
Good call there from Mallory Frankie there. I think Emmy was going to hit that ball. Her partner calls her off and she lets it go and they earn the point.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, Marquez saves it long enough for Frankie to put it away.
Great point there. She's big lateral step to collect that first forehand. A couple of shots later, they finally get the drop shot to land. your classic defensive masterpiece there from A&M.
No defending that effort from Basham. 13-16. Oh, no. Frankie had an excellent spot on the shot prior and just flicked back up by Laywell.
Good drop.
Oh, wow. The hatchet.
That was a little firecracker two-hand backhand. She doesn't really roll over that ball in the two-hand backhand. That's what's strange about her shot, but it's effective. She finds a way to side slice that ball, get a ton of angle in that two-hand backhand. Very tough shot to defend.
It's the non-tennis version. She told us earlier she got into padel because her tennis coach said, "You're not good at this."
Definitely not a tennis form, but still effective here.
Yep, didn't get the height on the lob. Frankie trying to bail her out. And she knew it. Should have gone quicker. Previous shot was a good one.
Yeah, she just couldn't square up her feet again, John, there. She was kind of staggered back, out of position.
15-17.
How about this response from Baylor? They were down early. Momentum completely the other way. No quitting this team.
Yeah, that was a great drive from Basham there. Got the short pop-up, and that allowed Laywell to come in swinging. 16-17.
Baylor's really finding their drives now. Both Bella and Landry find that drive, really making life difficult in the blocks.
Oh, that's got to be Mallory Frankie's ball there. 17-all.
And it forces the timeout. What a surge from the Baylor Bears. A&M calls the timeout, trying to recollect.
Yeah, we'll keep it here. You could see the frustration on the Texas A&M side there, miscommunication, but Baylor surging back to a tied score at 17-all. Again, men's doubles will follow. Gomez, Pogash for Baylor, Kratz, Goodman for Texas A&M. The road to get here, coming out of pool play yesterday. Baylor has defeated Baylor's second team, then Houston in a dream breaker. Meanwhile, Texas A&M dispatched Houston's second team this morning in the quarterfinal, 3-0, and then also took out Drury, 3-0. So A&M has not dropped a game thus far today.
And I'm wondering if that actually gives a slight edge to Baylor. They've been battle-tested. They've gone through it the hard way today. A&M, they're really, this is the first time they've really been challenged today, perhaps on the verge of dropping their first game of the entire tournament.
Oh, what a put away by Basham. She's able to get those elbows into the body, Tim, and finish it in compact style.
And she tucked it twice there, John. The first one, she was tied up really tight. Quick recoil, loads up for the second one, and paints the alley again. That's a great reload from Bella Basham there. Love that two-hand backhand.
18-17 for the Baylor Bears. And that is wide, 18-all.
And a late mistake.
Oh, Frankie had two gorgeous resets. Wasn't able to make her way up, though. And Laywell makes it 19-18 for Baylor.
Just barely denied by net tape. You hate to see how on the drop shot just barely goes against you. As Baylor gets to serve again.
2018. Look at Laywell.
I love watching her play.
Stopping right into your living room.
She brings it every match, every game. She didn't go berserk if they pull this out.
Stop a hole in this court.
It's in play.
Oh, wow. Dodgeball on the BB from Marquez. That is not what she was intending to do.
She just fires a laser across the court. That ball's way out.
19-20.
Basham knows it too. There was no avoiding that. That ball was so fast.
Couldn't get out of the way. Looped that one down, did Marquez. 20-all.
Yeah, she got pegged on the first one, knew it was out. That time she kind of overcorrects and lets that one go, and it lands in. A&M crawls back again.
Get up there. Oh, great shot, Landry Laywell. You can see Frankie just a little hesitant, Tim, to climb up to that line.
Yeah, that was the first dinking round in a while, so I think her timing was thrown off. She hesitated with the footwork to come up all the way, expecting to bash the ball. Baylor goes off speed there and throws off the timing.
Game point for Baylor. That time she put it where she wanted, did Emmy Marquez, 21 all.
Thunderbolt of an overhead. So much power there on that shot.
Off the tape. And Frankie stayed within herself there. That one just barely scraped the tape, and sometimes those are the most dangerous. But now Frankie earns game point for Texas A&M, 22-21. all.
We're not done yet, John. 22 all. What an opening game in this final match. That's a bounce.
Yeah, and that's the third time on the back pedal that Frankie's netted that overhead. I think Marquez wanted her to let her take it on the backhand.
Yeah, I don't think Mallory Frankie has much confidence in her overhead right now. There was one she decided to let bounce, and the other one she's drifting back and mishits it again. Marquez might have to take more of those.
Oh, and there it is. Baylor prevails in women's doubles. And Landry Laywell nearly hopped over the net to tap pedals. 24-22 in women's doubles. Baylor takes the 1-game-to-none edge. We come back with men's doubles. Kratz and Goodman against Gomez and Pokash. Women's doubles goes 24-22 to Baylor. Basham and Laywell outlast Frankie and Marquez. To men's doubles we go. Gomez and Pokash for Baylor. Kratz and Goodman. You look at what DUPR thinks here with that combined nearly 5-0 DUPR for Kratz and Goodman. An 86% chance to level this finals at a game apiece. Gomez and Pokash, though, we saw their intestinal fortitude during that dream breaker, and the win there for Baylor over Houston. And I think a win now for Baylor here in this matchup, Tim, would be house money. How do they get it against this force that is Goodman and Kratz?
You know, I don't think they want to engage in firefights with these two guys on the A&M side. They play great defensively from the baseline. They have to find good transition play slow, don't initiate too much. For Gabe Gomez, I really love his two-hand backhand speed up. I think he could cause some problems there. Look for that opportunity to get some points here and there. And Pogash, just stay on the right side, look for good drops, just keep the ball in play.
So Baylor with the 1-0 lead. As you see, John Laser, Tim Cass with you. We are Performance Productions. We'll be with you next week in Arizona as well. Florida Atlantic University, University of Virginia, Utah Tech will welcome a new champion to their super regional midst after today. It will be either the Baylor Bears or the Texas A&M Aggies. Baylor strikes first as we get set for men's doubles. Again, the road to get here for Baylor a little bit more, a lot bit more dramatic with the 5th game and the Dream Breaker necessary. They're splitting both gender doubles and mixed doubles. Prior to that, we'd really kind of seen clean sweeps across the board. Baylor dropped a game in their quarterfinal earlier this afternoon.
How about Houston, though, taking Baylor to the brink in the Dream Breaker as the 4 seed? Really good performance from their team. They should be proud of that effort.
Yeah, sometimes it's funny you come into this and you don't have any sort of rooting interest or biases, but getting to know Carlos Bonilla and then watching him play pickleball, you couldn't help but pulling for him here in front of the home crowd, and he did everything that he could possibly do. Took Houston to the brink, but give Baylor a ton of credit to withstand that challenge.
Yeah, there are multiple times Baylor's been down. They respond well. They're never out of it. And Baylor able to squeak out that Dream Breaker and ultimately get an early lead here in this final match, pulling out the ladies matchup. But this is going to be a tough test here for the Baylor men. This A&M doubles crew on the men's side is lethal. Look for Philip Krotz to be everywhere on the court. Heavy forehands. Blake Goodman also with the really quick hands as well. They're just really athletic and they place the ball really well.
And Goodman play the right side for Texas A&M, and it will be their serve to begin. Krotz immediately into the body of Pogash.
Look for him to drive too. We were watching him in the semis. Every time he drove the ball, had immediate success. The drops, not as much. The ball interrupts play here, comes on the court. But I'm looking for the aggressive, the mean version of Philip Krotz here in this men's doubles match.
That was a mean roll drop there with a smile.
Well placed, right at the feet.
2-0 quickly for A&M. Goodman not able to lift that reset. Baylor onto the board for the first time. Gabe Gomez. And a gimme.
Half Ernie again.
Casually reset by Pogash, and then you could see a little bit frustrated as Gomez couldn't lift his over.
There it is. Gomez finally found that backhand speed up. I would not stick to that if I'm Philip Krotz there. I want to dink middle, I want to dink to the straight ahead. Gabe Gomez has a lethal backhand speed up. I would not want to entertain that if I'm the A&M side.
Yeah, and he gave a little look back to Goodman like, hey, if he's going to keep putting it over there, that's going to keep coming.
Yep.
And keep putting it up there for Krotz. That's going to keep coming too. 4-3 for A&M.
That's just the most powerful force on the court right now is that heavy forehand volley. Got to get those drops down if you're Baylor.
Again, sticking with it, that backhand cross.
Yeah, if A&M sticks with that, I really like Baylor's chances in that backhand-to-backhand exchange between Gabe Gomez and Philip Krotz there. I think it might be better to play a little more straight on if you're A&M.
Caught the tape, didn't matter. 5-4 for A&M. Speed up, well positioned.
Straight ahead that time, too. He finds Peyton Pogash right in the body and gets rewarded for it.
6-4 for the Aggies. 5-6.
Do you think that was going out, John? That would have been close.
I don't think so, actually. That's the question Kratz was asking himself, too.
Yeah, I think he had to hit it. I think it might have been out, but never, you can't be certain, so got to get a pat on the ball at least.
Kratz makes amends regardless, 7-5.
Good block.
Missed.
Barely, though.
And Goodman was sitting that time on the speed up, but
I think he was a little ahead of it.
yeah. There's margin for error when you've got Kratz lurking there. It's just so low. So thin, I should say.
Yeah, that's candy for him. He'll rip that ball every time. Oh, he wanted that one.
Galloping in. Oh.
Twist it up.
That was something.
Peyton Pogash expects the speed up to go center. Blake Goodman throws the changeup and curls it the other way.
And curl is a good adjective to describe that, as kind of put the reverse spin on it.
Yeah, he started off with that open hand. He had that hand far open, and then when he saw Peyton step too far too soon, he curled that wrist the last second.
Kratz and Goodman looking at each other to determine what call to make, and Kratz made the right one, and that was indeed in.
Yeah.
7-9. The serve of Gomez. 8-9.
Yeah. A&M sticking to this backhand dinking exchange with Gomez. See how long they continue with that. That's been favoring Gomez so far.
Wow. Oh, wow. Gomez was on the first one.
Yeah, that time Baylor sped up off the forehand volley into the body of these A&M men here. I don't think that's going to be a good success, or a good recipe for success for this Baylor team.
Miscommunication. Pogash thought that Gomez was going to take it. Converse was also true. 11-8 for A&M as we change sides. Baylor took women's doubles. Aggies trying to respond on the men's side. (11-7) as we change ends here in men's doubles, favoring, 11-8 for Texas A&M as we change ends here in men's doubles. Women's doubles, 24-22, went the way of the Baylor Bears. Let's see if we see any strategy change here. Again, it's been the strategy of A&M that, Tim, you've questioned a bit, but with the lead, not sure you're going to see any dramatic departures from that.
Yeah, where they've had success is when that ball starts getting to those firefights. I think the firefights definitely favor A&M. Every time the game is slowed down, they've opted to go backhand dinking. I think that's gone slightly Baylor's way. But to your point, I think they will stay on track here as they have the lead.
And Pogash says, firefight that, Tim Cass.
Yeah, that's the first time Baylor's pulled it out. Way to prove me wrong, Pogash. Great shot there. He finds the body of Philip Crotch there. That's a good spot.
Yeah, there's that just
I don't mind being proven wrong every now and then, John.
invisible from Kratz. 12-9.
It's just a blur when it comes off his paddle.
Yeah. Gomez telegraphed it, and Kratz on the Ernie rush, 13-9. Gomez looking for an Ernie of his own, but didn't get the depth on that shot.
Yeah, it's hard to get enough power when you snap it with the backhand. When Philip Kratz did his, he was able to get a forehand on his. If you do that Ernie, it's got to be a winner, or else you're in trouble.
And the return sails on Peyton Pogash, 15-9, and a timeout taken by the Baylor Bears, and necessary as Texas A&M starting to pull away. And an 86% chance given by Duper to this Texas A&M men's doubles team, and they've played like it thus far. And really, if we split gender doubles here, if Texas A&M is able to take this to the finish line, man, that will certainly be intriguing as to what is selected by each of these two teams, and in particular, what order is selected.
Yeah, I'm curious if these teams will stick with the same lineups like they did in the semifinal bracket, or if they'll switch partners up, the order they'll choose. But we got to get through the rest of this match. Still slight lead, or 15-9 for A&M, but still a lot of game left here in this men's doubles.
And the ball will disrupt us from getting back underway.
Off speed up.
Yeah, and that was a rare mistake from Kratz in terms of shot selection. He knew it, tapping himself on the head.
Yeah, I think Baylor's a little more patient. I think that slow, methodical play favors them a little bit more. Forces Philip to speed up when he shouldn't have.
So feeling kind of that momentum sometimes leads to two miscalculations, 11-15. Gomez had one splendid reset but couldn't defend the second Kratz attack. 16-11. Missed it. Kratz knew it. And Kratz was a little bit off on that point. He came to the line slowly off his initial drop, which is very unlike him usually.
Yeah, he usually explodes up there. He was a little slow getting up there. Keep an eye on that.
Gomez needed it to be put away the first time, slaps the thigh in frustration. You see Kratz again, he's very expressive with his facial reactions. 17-12.
Whoa.
Oh, that was going to be out, but Kratz is too tall.
Pogash, that was quick and snappy. I like that little backhand flick. He fired that off real quick. Caught me by surprise and caught Philip Kratz by surprise. Body shot there.
13-17.
Dinks middle that time. I think that's the better spot for Philip Kratz.
Gomez once again wins that dueling two-hand backhand.
Missed a few drop shots there from Gomez. If this Baylor team can get to the line consistently, I like their chances, but they haven't gotten there every time. Just some drop shot errors here and there might be the difference in this match.
18-14 off the serve of Blake Goodman.
Hey, I'm in a defensive battle here.
And Goodman immediately raised his left hand to Kratz, saying, I know you were there, you had it. Tried to reach in.
Baylor doing a good job of never letting them up to the line there. That transition's been pretty easy for A&M this match, but not that time.
15-18. Yeah. 19-15, and that length and that reach from Kratz, especially how far he can reach out over that line.
It was great dinking from Blake Goodman. He pushed Gomez so far off the line himself, made room for Philip Kratz to put that away, just like he said. Gomez tries it again.
And he'll fade it again. 20-15.
It's a good pickup from the Aggies there. Not sure if that backhand earn is quite there for Gomez to pull off. I'd be a little more patient there.
And there is men's doubles going the way of the Aggies. 21-15, Texas A&M evens the score in our match. Women's doubles to Baylor, men's doubles to Texas A&M, mixed doubles to determine a champion. Potentially, there is another dream breaker ahead of us today at Palo Pickleball.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Gender doubles split. Baylor takes women's, Texas A&M takes men's. On to mixed doubles we go. We now have the lineup situated for mixed doubles. You look at them there as part of our match summary. DUPR presented by Delaware Life. Laywell and Pogash out first for Baylor. Landry, Laywell, and Peyton Pogash, and they will be met by Blake Goodman and Emmy Marquez. Meanwhile, in a mixed doubles second game that will be necessary, that we already know, Bella Basham, Gabe Gomez will take on Phil Kratz and Mallory Frankie. Break this down, Tim. How do you see either of these matches going?
Yeah, first up for Baylor, like you said, we've got Landry Laywell, Peyton Pogash. First time Pogash played mixed doubles, played the left side very well. Held up, had those backhand rolls. Laywell had the drives on point. If they can find that again, they have a good chance here. As for A&M, look for Marquez with that two-hand backhand power shot to really rip that ball. Blake Goodman also playing the left side really well in their previous mixed matchup.
DUPR giving Baylor a 76% chance in this first mixed doubles match. But something to note, Tim, is that while Emmy Marquez plays the right side in women's doubles and will stay on the right side here in mixed doubles, on the other side, you look at Landry Laywell. She plays the left side in women's, will move over to the right side in mix. Meanwhile, Goodman is the right side player, of course, in men's doubles for A&M. He'll move over and play the left side. Peyton Pogash is the right side player for Baylor in men's. He'll move over and play the left. So everybody's shuffling except for Marquez.
Yeah, I really like Landry Laywell's drive in this situation. If Baylor can find that drive and crash game, earn a few points here and there, build some momentum, that could be really key. But in order for that to happen, Peyton Pogash has to play really big in the middle of the court to clean up.
And I think for Baylor with Phil Krotz, as you said to me there in the break, he could win a mixed doubles match all by himself, and he won't have to because he has Mallory Frankie at his side, or excuse me, Bella Basham at his side. But with that waiting in the wings for Baylor, I think this is the one you feel like you have to have.
Yeah, if you're Baylor, you got to pull this one out. DUPR favors you here. Give your team a lead. Hope you can close out in game 4, but with Peyton Krotz on deck, you want to try to get ahead of it while you can.
Saw just based upon the body language and the facial reaction from Emmy Marquez, she was very distraught after losing women's doubles. Saw a couple people giving her a pep talk saying, hey, you're going to be back in action in mixed here, and here it is.
And Laywell finding that forehand curl dink towards the end of last match and showing it off there. You'll see that forehand dinking pattern a lot in this traditional mixed doubles setup. Look for an edge for Laywell to keep that shot rolling. She finds it again, super tight, barely over the net, a lot of spin. Forced the pop up there from Marquez. Or in the net that time, excuse me.
2-0 start for Baylor. Oh, and Landry Laywell couldn't believe it was right in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, she anticipated it well. She had the feet set. She was swinging. She was ready. Just put too much on it.
Laywell was ready to play that ball, but Pogash inserted himself into the proceedings. 2-2.
Yeah, with Laywell's big two-hand backhand and Pogash's forehand over the middle, keep an eye on their communication. As Blake Goodman comes across the middle and fires a volley winner away. They're going to need more of that.
The moment's hesitation there for Peyton Pogash as to whether to play that out of the air or not.
I think that's the advantage that A&M has. They just have so much more reach. Peyton Pogash has to make that decision more often. He misses that drop shot there.
5 points consecutively for the Aggies to a 5-2 lead. Yeah, not enough depth on that return to let Goodman come in firing.
That drive is super compact from Blake Goodman too. That was a quick load up and a quick follow through, and it's vicious.
And that's in from Emmy Marquez. I had a sheepish look on her face as if to say that's not really where I intended it to be. But in fact, it was in the perfect spot, and an early timeout taken by Baylor on a string of 7 consecutive points reeled off by Texas A&M. Again, Krotz and Frankie waiting in the wings for the Aggies. This was the matchup DUPR favored Baylor in. Texas A&M will be favored in the next mixed doubles match, 58-42. We'll look at that graphic later on, but This is the one again, if you're Baylor, you need to have.
Yeah, you had an early 2-0 lead. Lit up 7 in a row. Call a timeout. Baylor's had timely timeouts so far. See if they can string a couple off here and get back in this match. Still a lot of game left here.
And there they go. As Baylor earns the side out. And right back on the side out to Texas A&M. One thing that would be interesting here is the serve return for Baylor. They've been returning it to Goodman, and they continue to do so.
And I usually like that strategy for Mix, returning to the guy to keep him back. They haven't tested Marquez's drop shot ability at all. That may have to change there, but.
Yeah, I was going to say I like that strategy generally as well, but that drive from Goodman's really been giving Laywell problems thus far.
Yep.
Marquez can only stand in there but so long.
Good try on the first two, just unable to keep control on that last one, and Pogash able to put that last one away.
It was a gorgeous shot, the shot prior on the block. Counter from Goodman, but doubled up by Baylor, and they're right back in there, 6-8. Yeah, look out.
Baylor's got to find that pattern a lot more. If they get into forehand-to-forehand digging exchanges with Marquez and Laywell, that's going to favor Baylor for the rest of this match. Marquez's dinks just a little high, a little flat. Laywell's are a lot tighter, and they're have a lot more top spin, hard to keep in play.
Now Laywell didn't move forward quick enough and then knew it. Still tried to hit the shot that would have been there had she been up there.
Part of me was wondering if she's expecting Pogash to poach that ball. I think that's why she hesitated, but they get the serve back.
And return to Goodman's backhand that time. Still tried to drive. Alley.
One more. Baylor almost got up there, but they just popped up that last reset, couldn't complete the transition. Aggressive net play from A&M earns them the serve.
Wow, Goodman motioning with his index finger. It was out, but also no fly zone. 11-8 for Texas A&M on the changeover. We're even at a game apiece in our final. Winner of this match, the champions of the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional.
What's your duper?
$11-8 for the Aggies on the changeover. First mixed doubles game. You can see there on our score graphic, tied at a game apiece. It will be the serve of Blake Goodman. Marquez trying to double up off the drive of Goodman and sends it long, 9-11. Back to the Baylor Bears. flattened that ball out. Did Goodman, never came back up.
That ball barely bounced, too. It just never came off the ground for Laywell to field that ball. No chance there.
Laywell bails out Marquez. Just floated that up to her. 13-9. Oh,
good turn. I love that shot from Laywell.
Forehand, backhand, 1-2 punch from Landry Laywell.
She's been anticipating it well. She sees that ball well. When it comes off the left hip, she's got that backhand ready, and she places that ball right down the sideline. We're still going. Wow.
Oh, Goodman did so much to bail out Marquez, but couldn't finish it off. But you can see, Tim, that Marquez is not comfortable in that forehand cross-court dinking pattern. She repeatedly tried to bail out with the lob.
No, I'm wondering if it's worth trying a shallow dink to Pogash's backhand to keep him honest every now and then, but she finds the winner there at the feet of Laywell.
Yeah, that's generally the play. Pogash has not shown much want to Ernie, so it's at least worth trying if you're not comfortable there.
And he hasn't shown much movement in general, so he's holding the same spot but never baiting one side either way. I think she has a little bit of room to work with, so she doesn't have to hit the same dink shot with Laywell every time, which she's not really favored to win that exchange so far.
Marquez was able to hopscotch out of the way to a 15-11 lead.
Part of that, too, is Blake Goodman may need to activate a little bit more. But they've got a 15-12 lead right now, so no need to make any major changes. But if Baylor creeps any closer, look for Blake Goodman to be a little more active.
Yeah, and then again, you see it.
She's not comfortable in that situation at all. She fires away speed up that's just ankle high on the contact.
13-15, Baylor does creep closer. Now 16-13. Marquez, Venezuelan heritage. Prolific Padel background. Trying to add a Texas Super Regional title to her resume.
Blake Goodman stares down Laywell there after that forehand finish. Keep an eye on that exchange afterwards. That's a bit courageous from Goodman. Don't want to get that Baylor emotional roller coaster going.
(14-17), Landry Laywell.
Drop shots are beautiful on Laywell's part right now.
And Laywell fired up. The roller coaster has left the station, 15-17. The problem right now with the drop pattern and the drive pattern coming over to Marquez, she's hitting the appropriate volley to keep it away from an intruding Goodman, but that puts her right into that forehand exchange. At that time,
great adjustment from Blake Goodman. He got hit right along the rib cage there, short rib cage there, shortens up the elbow, and still faces that paddle in the right direction to fire off a nice short counter.
oh, that time he anticipated the forehand coming. You said it a few points earlier, got to get bigger, and he responds.
He finds a good opportunity there. That time he opens up, big range there. That's a powerful finish. A&M closing in here on a 2-1 lead.
And now a point away.
I'm looking for a Blake Goodman drive here. Big serve, big drive, or Marquez's serve, excuse me. Look for Goodman to take this third shot and fire a drive away.
Yep. No, would have liked to drive there, I think, as well from Marquez. 16-20, score freeze in place.
Laywell fended that drive off, though. She's blocking well. She's not fazed by that threat. They get the serve back. And a freebie.
Got to get Marquez out of her own head right now, Tim. You can see it on her face.
Yeah, and they still have the lead here. Still a bit of a cushion, but no need to get too flustered. Recollect.
Timeout taken by Baylor, but I think this is actually going to benefit A&M as Mallory Frankie coming over and saying, Emmy, let's get out of our head here. We still have the lead at 20-17. Sometimes people have that emotive facial expressions, and you can see it from Marquez. You can see it at the end of women's doubles. You can see it now. One of two things needs to happen. Got to get it calmed down, or if you're Blake Goodman, you got to come over and play the entire court.
Yeah, she's not too confident in her shots right now. A little frustrated with herself. So pickleball is a mental game. Part of it's just bouncing back when you're not playing well, which I would say Marquez is. She's not
played
playing
great.
She's not playing too bad right now. She's just perhaps a bit of a perfectionist and just missed a few shots here and there. But she just needs one side out for her team to get an opportunity to close this match out.
So 17-20. It was Baylor that was actually trying to cast some doubt with the timeout.
They're going to want to get that drop shot in play and get in that dinking exchange between Laywell and Marquez, but she missed the drop shot there. That's been money this match, John.
Yeah, and Laywell couldn't get him there. And Blake Goodman said, right here, let's finish it. Oh, Marquez nearly. And that was in. Oh, my.
Marquez thought it was over. She turned around.
Surprise reaction. Her teammates had to tell her it was indeed in. The miraculous game winner from Emmy Marquez. I have never seen anything like that in all my years doing this, Tim. She hit it. She was furious, thought it was out, spun around into her teammates and said, Emmy, you won. And indeed, the Aggies did. 2-1 lead for Texas A&M. Mixed doubles 2 will determine whether it's the Aggies, the champions in Texas, or if a dream breaker will decide it today. Mixed doubles does, in fact, go to the Aggies, and that final point there, the shot from Marquez actually was an inch or two wide, but a foot fault was called on Peyton Pogash by our lead referee, Hunter Iono, and that the reason why it was over in surprise fashion. Nonetheless, one of the more pure moments you'll see on a pickleball court as the emotion from the Texas A&M sideline erupting there as they now have a chance to claim this Texas Super Regional title behind Kratz and Frankie. Phil Kratz and Mallory Frankie. Trying to send us to a dream breaker will be Bella Basham and Gabe Gomez. And there you see the DUPR percentage chances for victory. 58% for Kratz and Frankie. The favorite, 42% Basham and Gomez, but that by no means is a wide margin there. The average DUPR is at 4.381 for Baylor, 4.465. It's not quite even, but very close to it. And Tim, I was just explaining the foot fault there that was called by referee Iono. Regardless, not contested by Pogash. He recognized, I think, that he had slipped that foot up on the line. And now Baylor must have it, or it's the Aggies, the champions here at Palo Pickleball.
Yep. Yeah, I think Pogash just lacked a little bit of reach when Marquez went back to reach for that shot. It was just barely out of Pogash's reach, which probably prompted that slight lean forward to cause that kitchen violation. What a wild exchange to wrap up Game 3. But looking to Game 4 now, we've got Philip Krotz along with his partner in Mallory Frankie. Look for them to close this out. Big aggressive play from Philip Krotz is what I'm looking for on the big drive, the big full forehand finishes. As for Baylor, I really want Bella Basham to find that forehand dinking exchange. I think that was the recipe for the previous Baylor mixed doubles matchup. I think that might be the case again here, as if they can get to the net and establish that slow dinking pattern. So curious to see how Game 4 goes here.
Mallory moves to the right side for Texas A&M. Krotz stays on the left where he traditionally plays with that length and that reach. Basham stays right. Gomez stays left for Baylor. Yeah, Frankie had an attackable ball, missed it, and Gomez made her pay.
Yeah, it's been a different setup here. I'm curious to see if Krotz will opt for the backhand dinking exchange as often as he did in the men's doubles matchup, but now that's mixed doubles, will he change his target this time around against Gomez or opt to go at Bella Basham? Yep, that's a beautiful step. Good anticipation. He loves that forehand roll volley. He's been a magician with it. It's going to fall just short.
Baylor, not surprisingly, trying to keep Krotz out of it as much as they possibly can.
But that's the key here. If they don't, they're going to lose a lot of points, and a lot of points fast. Got to keep him honest, but also as minimal touches as possible. It's a good start for Baylor so far.
Yep, isolating Frankie and getting opportunities for both Basham and Gomez thus far. 4-1 for Baylor. Yeah, that shot right there from Frankie, Cass, that's not going to work. It's been high, it's been to the middle.
Yeah, and Krotz is letting her know, trying to keep that dink and those volleys a little tighter, a little lower, deeper in the court.
5-1, there it is again. Not as good of a drop. And that was the most insincere apology from Phil Krotz I've ever seen.
Definitely half-hearted, perhaps quarter-hearted.
We needed it, we're taking it. 2-5.
Yep, change the dinking pattern there towards Bella. These are better from Frankie.
Yep. Yep, better, best.
Yep,
From
better
Mal.
dinks, good roll. She kept it tight, and then she got creative and forced the speed up, and that's easy money for Krotz to put away.
3-5. That's easy money for Basham also.
Yeah, just find that little backhand volley against Frankie there, unable to reset that ball. Well placed from Basham to find that backhand side.
And that was out on the return from Mallory Frankie. Saw Frankie say to herself under her breath, oh my God. And a lucky one falls for Baylor to 8-3, and A&M with the 2-1 lead.
I feel like there's been a lot of net tape dribbles this match as well, John. Some of those are just unhittable.
Oh, what a shot by Bella Basham. And I've always been a believer that the higher the level of play, the more tape balls you get, because, of course, those players threatening that tape with the elevation or the depth of their shots.
The window, the margin of error is just so slim. They place it perfectly every time, just off the top of the tape.
Which is why I don't apologize.
It's part of the game. But when you get that net tape that deflects up and body bags you, that's kind of the John Laser specialty there.
Darn right. Laser 6, Cass 0 right now. 10-4 for Baylor. That looked long, called in.
Yeah, I thought it was out too.
And Frankie, it's kind of a nonchalant put away. I think she thought it was out too.
Kratz expresses his approval there towards Frankie with that beautiful forehand curl finish. Really short volley, sweeps it off the court. No way Bella Basham reaches that ball in time.
10-5, favoring Baylor. 11-5, and Baylor, you can see just rushing down the end change. They knew that was the 11th point. Will change ends. Baylor with an 11-5 lead. Mixed doubles game 2. Texas A&M with a 2-1 lead overall in the match. Is a dream breaker ahead, or are the Aggies the champions in Texas? Baylor with the lead here in our second mixed doubles game. And Texas A&M prevailed in the first mixed doubles game. Look out.
Well, that was the key I was going to mention here on the second half of this game is Phil Kratz has to get more activated here. He was too passive in the first first half of this game, letting Frankie get too many touches, I feel like, on the dinking exchanges. He needs to be more aggressive, just like this. We need to see more of this. He misses that one, so that's going to be the recipe for success for this A&M team.
But Basham turned him aside that time. Oh, yeah. Quarter step slow. Got the ball she wanted, did Bella Basham.
Yeah, that was a gift. Don't expect Kratz to give away any more of those. Wasted opportunity there for Baylor. But doesn't cost them. They get it back.
13-7. The lead, Gomez the serve. Kratz talking to himself, talking to Bella Basham a little bit too there.
He exudes confidence on the court, so he doesn't mind a little trash talk.
Wow, what a defense there of the Ernie by Mallory Frankie. Again, Gomez could not convert that backhand Ernie in men's doubles.
It fails in mix too. I don't think it's there for Baylor, specifically for Gomez. I'd wait for that ball to cross the net and fire off a different shot.
Ball came skittering through the procedure there, but did not affect the shot of Mallory Frankie, which was sent long, 14-9. Basham got in Gomez's way there, but Gomez able to execute the drop anyway. And now 15-9.
And they find Frankie's forehand dink again. They got to find that more consistently.
That was long, yep. Kratz didn't think so, doesn't have the view we have. That was clearly long, yep. 16-9.
Right call.
Oh, the changeup from Gabe Gomez.
Gomez showing a little emotion there as he stares down the A&M opponents there. Good step. I think Frankie was expecting a little more power, a little more speed. Gomez goes off speed and at the body, ties up Frankie and messes up the timing. Smart shot there from Gomez. Baylor starting to get on the roll here.
Timeout taken by the Texas A&M Aggies. Again, the 2-1 lead in the match, but trailing now 17-9 in the second mixed game. Baylor had to survive a tense back and forth dream breaker against Houston to get to the finals. Now trying to force another dream breaker to determine our champion here today. Again, this is the 4th of 5 fall semester super regionals, the 8th of 9 contested. And over 100 players in this tournament, 19 teams from 12 schools. Baylor, LSU, SMU, University of Texas Tyler, University of Texas San Antonio, Texas A&M, UT Dallas, DePaul, Stephen F. Austin, Drury, Texas, and Houston. Only Baylor and the Texas A&M Aggies remain. And Kratz goes airborne to earn the 10th point for Texas A&M.
Look for Phil Cross to really activate here. I need to see him get bigger on the court, cover more space. He showed us a lot of flair in the earlier matches, not as much here. Good set there, though.
Oh, didn't need to be an Ernie.
Yeah, it's 0 for 4 now. Time to ditch that for Gomez. That's not there. Even if he does make good contact, it's not a winning shot for them right now.
No, and he could have made a winning shot without the flair of the Ernie.
Yep.
Gomez. Kratz yelling back.
A&M's down in this game right now, but they want to crawl back and end this match while they can.
12-17. And challenging Bella Basham is Phil Kratz, 13-17.
Look for him to go drive every time on every third now. There it is again.
Yeah, but the problem with that in rally scoring is you get aggressive, you can lose points in a hurry. And 18-13 to Baylor.
Missed third shots are like missed serves and missed returns. Can't afford them in rally scoring. Good dig from Gomez, good concentration.
Yeah, and he goes and gets it. Kratz tries to do likewise and couldn't quite get wide enough. 19-13.
Close.
That is long.
I saw it out
Overrule,
as well.
though. Overrule from Hunter Iono, I believe. No, it won't be. 14-19.
I believe that ball was just out. It was close, but we don't have the best angle from over here.
Hunter Iono has done an excellent job reffing these matches, running this event. 14-19. Great step back from Gomez to a game point.
Wouldn't this be a statement game for Baylor if they can send this to Dreambreaker? As Cross just claps that ball.
I gotta have that though, Tim. I gotta have that. Off my hand.
I would check that ball. He hit that ball so hard.
I did, it's fine. 15-20.
Surprised that ball didn't shatter.
16-20.
That just shows off the durability there.
Oh, Gomez has used that step back effectively thus far, but now the A&M crowd getting going. A little tension in the execution. Nope. Yeah, there's an inevitability about it. 2 shots prior. If I'm Baylor, I'm thinking about a timeout right here.
Yeah, I think Basham, she was considering calling. She was teeing up the paddle, but they're going to play on.
Kratz joking, he was saying I thought it was 19, and now they are going to call that timeout. So Bella Basham will take the timeout. Need to get the side out here. Do the Baylor Bears. Texas A&M trying to barrel their way back. They are 4 points away from a title, but also a point away from a dream breaker. 18-20 off the serve of Mallory Frankie for the Aggies. Yep, that's the pattern that Baylor likes, and Basham delivers.
Good timeout. They settled down the nerves. They outlasted the surge from A&M there. Get back to what was working with the forehand cross-court dink and exchange. They find the point and the chance to level up here.
Oh, but Basham got too wild on the drive. 19-20. Back to the serve of Kratz. Oh, and Gomez may have calmed himself down during the timeout, but he needs to do it again here. As A&M has come all the way back to knot us up.
A&M's just smelling blood right now. They were down 5 late. Find a way to tie this game late, looking to end it right now.
Oh, sitting on it was Phil Kratz, a point away from a super regional title.
This is the Phil Kratz we were expecting all game. He just saves it for the most important moments. Look for him to explode forward again.
Oh, but much like on the other side from Basham, Frankie a little too zesty on the angle. 21 all.
A little bit of a match between the A&M bench and the Baylor bench. They're waving fingers back and forth.
You love that. Spirit of college athletics. Gamma Chucks again. Durability test. Another championship point for the Texas A&M Aggies.
Oh, barely.
Oh, what a shot by Kratz. And it is the Aggies of Texas A&M as they claim the state of Texas. Champions of the DUPR Collegiate Texas Super Regional. Quite the fight we got between Texas A&M and Baylor. But it is the Aggies, Tim, and it was a slow start in that second mixed doubles game, but eventually Phil Kratz enforced his will on that game, and it is the Aggies that take it 3-1.
Yeah, he found a way to turn it on late, just like he did in the previous match, especially in men's doubles too. He saves the biggest moments towards the end of the match. That's clutch from him. Great job by the A&M Aggies as they close out this championship series here in Texas. Great performance by their team. They've got a squad over there.
You'll see them celebrating top of your screen as they prevail 3-1 as the 3 seed, now holding the check away from our camera. It says $2,500 on it as they will earn that from DUPR and DUPR Collegiate. Again, thanks to all of our wonderful partners and for the opportunity to be here with you in Spring, Texas. Cam Meeks and I will be with you in Arizona. Derek Crage back at my side at the broadcast table. Timmy, it's been a lot of fun making trips out to the desert and down here to the Lone Star State. Great work by you. We'll do it again, my friend.
Thanks, John. It's been a lot of fun.
Tim Cass joining me on the live cast the last couple of weeks. Derek Crage back with Cam Meeks and I. Next week will come your way from the pickleball space in Glendale, Arizona. One more Super Regional champion to be crowned. But on this championship Sunday, it's the Aggies. Congratulations to Texas A&M and all of our outstanding teams competing here this week at Palo.